Mukhtar.
Una extension huko.
Yes, Edna.
Una extension cable.
Yes, lakini ndatumia hapa. Ngoja nikulete.
No, it's okay. Lawrence is coming down there. You sit with Lawrence there.
Anayo.
Eddie, talk to me. Zoom, please. Someone on Zoom, let me hear you.
Jerome.
Yes.
Kumba kuri loudspeaker.
Uri kuri Zoom?
Ndi kuri Zoom.
Uri kuri Zoom?
Yego. Ndi kuri Zoom.
Ganira twumve.
None se nturi kunyumva?
Ko nakumva neza.
Ntabwo uri kunyumva neza kuri loudspeaker?
Ntabwo nkumva neza.
Ngiye ko nkumva uri gukoresha wowe mikoro ariko. Uri gukoresha mikoro.
Hanyuma wowe?
Nanjye ni kuri ya computer.
Uri kuri ya laptop iri muri kuri English channel?
Yego. Yego. Niho ndi.
Avuga cyangwa ngo playing umuziki kugira ngo twumve ikintu kiri continuous.
Kiri continuous. Kuri iyi machine se. Playing kuri Zoom. Lo.
Ndavuga go playing umuziki nko kuri telefone ukawushira hafi ya yiyo loud yiyo microphone yiyo computer.
Okay, reka mbikore.
Kuko noneho nawe uze wumve.
Ntabwo biri kuvuga cyane cyangwa turebere kuri nuza kuri volume y'iyi computer iriho audio. Okay. Angalia volume ina laptop ya Lawrence.
iPad nani?
It's not receiving well.
Na Christina nta kumva neza kandi we ntago yarazi ibyo turimo.
Lawrence, translate.
Jero. Umva. Volume yo kuri laptop yari iri kuri 47. Nicyo kibazo iriya turi display ngaho.
Input volume.
Input volume.
Christina arakumva neza ubu?
Ari kuzunguza umutwe simbizi. Kristi kuri loudspeaker uri kunyumva se?
Ariko eka turebe kuri loudspeakers niba zimeze fresh.
Nabyo.
Okay, ariko
cyangwa reka volume nyigeze ku 100. Reka volume nyigeze ku 100 turebe. Volume. Yewe ko ngejeje ku 100. Ngejeje ku 100. Christine, kunyumva?
Who's giving people talk?
Remain standing for a parliamentary prayer.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders in parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people, we beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in a so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interest you have committed to us. Amen.
Order number 1, in the order paper, procedural motion.
If there are some IT people, they can come and help me because this is the microphone I should be using in the meantime. Honorable Kennedy Mukulia, Chairperson, Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to move a procedural motion that this House, pursuant to provision of Article 55(1) of the treaty and Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure, resolve to hold sitting in Kigali in the Republic of Burundi. I beg to move. Rwanda, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. Seconders? Honorable Professor Karinda, Honorable Sophia, Honorable Engineer Munya, Honorable Leontini, and all members standing. Honorable Mukulia, you can proceed with the motion.
Thank you so much. Whereas Article 51 of the treaty provides that the meetings of the Assembly shall be held at such a time and places as the Assembly may appoint. And whereas Rules 2 of the Rules of Procedure provides that the seat of the Assembly shall be at Arusha in the United Republic of Tanzania, and whereas Rules 10 sub-rule 5 provides that the meeting of the Assembly shall be held at such a time and places as the Assembly may appoint, and shall meet at least once every year at Arusha in the United Republic of Tanzania, and at a time to be determined by the Assembly. Now, therefore, this Assembly do resolve as follows: that pursuant to the provision of Rule 10 sub-rule 5 cited above, the Assembly shall hold sitting in Kigali in the Chamber of Rwanda Chamber of Deputies from Monday, the 31st of October, 2022, up to Friday, the 4th of November, 2022. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Do you need it to justify, or that's enough?
Thank you so much. Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to briefly justify that the sitting be held here in this beautiful city of Kigali, in the sense that we have always been in Arusha for so many times, and we need to experience the life of integration under which we can be able to integrate with the community. And since our arrival to Burundi, to Rwanda, Kigali here, we are able to see that we have been accorded the best services, the best companions, and everything that we could do in this beautiful city of Kigali. And it is a pleasure that we are here. And I want to say that this is a very good opportunity for us to extend the integration agenda across the cities of our 7 partner states. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukuria. Honorable members, the motion before the House is that this House, pursuant to the provisions of Article 55, sub-article 1 of the treaty, and the Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, resolve to hold sittings in Kigali in the Republic of Rwanda. Debate is open. Honorable Abdikadir.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this very important motion. And indeed, I want to support the motion that this assembly approves the sitting here in the city of Kigali. Right Honorable Speaker, not only does our treaty require us to, as the representatives of the people of East Africa, to time and again get an opportunity to move around the region and interact with the people of East Africa, but indeed our coming to Kigali has been, in my own view, an eye-opener. Mr. Speaker, for the few days we've been here, I actually came to realize that there is a lot for the people of East Africa to learn from this very beautiful country. This beautiful country is set a model, Mr. Speaker, in my view, of excellence in many, many ways. And coming here as legislators of the people of East Africa, indeed has granted us that opportunity to be able to carry what we call best practice. We've seen what a well-managed economy looks like, what a disciplined, and I want to use that word, a disciplined society looks like. Last weekend, Mr. Speaker, I witnessed what I think many countries in the ESC should emulate. That through the weekend, the people of Kigali came out to clean up and keep their city well. I've always read about this, but I had an opportunity to see it firsthand. So, Speaker, many people take it for granted that it takes good discipline to be able to move our society forward. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that not only have we witnessed that, but we have also seen businesses and interacted with business people who actually have been able to share very good, important views and practices that we can be able to carry home. Mr. Speaker, it is important we are here. I don't want to take much time. I just want to say that I support this motion, and it's been a very good opportunity to be here. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abdikadir. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House, pursuant to the provisions of Article 55, sub-article 1 of the treaty and Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, do resolve to hold the sittings in Kigali in the Republic of Rwanda. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Before we proceed, then now that we have resolved to hold our sitting here, and for the first time we can put records on the Hansard, I want to welcome you to Kigali. We have been here for 1 week. We have interacted with the community around, and I'm happy to have the feedback that all of you are enjoying your stay. I also want to recognize the presence of some visitors or some people who came to grace our proceedings. And the first is the Deputy Director, the Deputy Executive Secretary of Lake Victoria Basin Commission, Engineer Colette Ruhamia. You're most welcome. There's also Deputy Secretary General, Engineer Stephen Mulote. We also have secretariat staff. I can see the Director of Finance and the accountant. So all of you, we know you are here for a different business, but we are happy that you found the time to grace our proceedings, and you're most welcome. Now we can proceed.
Order paper number 2, administration of oath.
Yes, we expected to swear in one ex officio member. We have 2 ex officio members, and we expected that one of them, according to the communication that was going on, was actually supposed to be here by this time, but unfortunately, the member is not yet here. So we shall maintain this item on the order paper, and in the event she makes it here on time, we shall perform that function. And if it doesn't happen, we can carry it forward for tomorrow. So before we proceed, I recognize the presence of the Chair Council, Honorable Minister Ezekiel, and Professor Nshuti Manasseh, another member of the council. So as I said, we are expecting to be joined by other council members, old ones and the new ones as well. So you are most welcome, Honorable Minister.
Order paper number 3, communication from the chair.
It's done. I have done my communication. Well, thank you, honorable members. No further communications. I will have some communications to make in the coming hours. So for now, we can proceed.
Order paper number 4, laying of papers. Roman 1, the report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and the Conflict Resolution to assess the measures instituted by the partner state for safety and the security of movement of people and the goods on Lake Victoria and Lake Tanganyika.
Honorable Chairperson, Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution to assess the measures instituted by the partner states for safety and security of movement of people and goods on Lake Victoria and Lake Tanganyika. I beg to lay.
Report number 2, report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the progress made by the EAC on its common foreign and security policies.
Chairperson, Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the progress made by East African Community on its common foreign and security policies. I beg to lay.
Report number 3, report of the Committee on Accounts on the audited ESE financial statements for the financial year ended 30th June 2020.
Chairperson, Committee on Accounts. Honorable Kakoza standing in for Honorable Kalonzo.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the report on committee, the report of the Committee on Accounts on the audited of East African financial statements for the financial year ended 30th June 2020. I beg to lay.
Order paper number 5, the order paper, the motion for election of members of the East African Legislative Assembly Commission by way of motion.
Yes, I'm informed that Honorable Abdikadir Aden is the one to move the motion. May you proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Motion for election of members of the East African Legislative Assembly Commission in compliance with Article 51(3) C of the treaty for the establishment of the East African Community, Section 3(2) and Section 2 as Section.
Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Kim.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In where I'm standing here, I don't have the paper of the motion of Honorable Gadir. Can we have the paper?
Yes, please. If the office of the clerk can facilitate to avail a copy to Honorable Kim Guy, and in the meantime, Honorable Abdikadir, you can proceed. Sorry, all of you don't have it? Oh, okay. But now, of course, we regret that anomaly, and I hope we don't have a situation where other documents are also not available. Can the clerk confirm other documents are available except this one? Confirm to me. Do we have all the copies that we shall need here? Okay, you don't have physical papers, right? Some of them, but electronically, I'm told they have been sent to you. So, of course, we shall find the most practical way to proceed. But in the meantime, this is just a motion, a one-page motion. If you listen keenly to what Honorable Abdikadir is saying, you should be able to follow what is going on. Well, Honorable Abdikadir, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Motion for election of members of the East African Legislative Assembly Commission in compliance with Article 51(3) C of the Treaty for Establishment of the East African Community, Section 3(2) and Section 6(b) of the Administration of the East African Legislative Assembly Act 2012 and Rule 83, Sub-Rule 1 to 4 of the Rules of Procedure. I hereby move a motion whereas Section 3(1) of the Administration of the East African Legislative Assembly Act 2012 establishes the East African Legislative Assembly Commission, and whereas Section 3(2) of the said Act provides that the members of the Commission shall be composed of the Speaker, the Chairperson of the Council, who shall be an ex-officio member, and 2 members of the Assembly from each partner states elected by the Assembly. Aware that the Honorable Dr. Oburu Odinga and the Honorable Wanjiko Muni.
What is it, Honorable Kim? You said it's a point of procedure?
Yes.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, I stand here to guide because Honorable Abdikadir move a motion and he won't read the whole motion when even the motion are not seconded. So I think the Honorable Abdikadir should read the title of the motion and should be seconded by the members. I beg, Honorable Speaker.
No, in my opinion, we are proceeding well. Yeah. So Honorable Abdikadir, are you reading the motion or you are just introducing the motion first? Then I think he's right. Just give us a brief of the motion so that it can be seconded. Then you proceed with the content. Thank you for a reminder, Honorable Kimgai. I actually hadn't paid attention to that. Just read the title first.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move a motion for the election of members of the East African Legislative Assembly Commission.
Seconders. Yes, Honorable Kimgai is seconding. And all the members are standing. Now we can proceed with the motion, Honorable Abdikadir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In compliant motion for election of members of the East African Legislative Assembly Commission, in compliance with Article 51(3)(c) of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, Section 3.2, and Section 6B of the Administration of the East African Legislative Assembly Act 2012 and Rules 83, sub-rule 1 to 4 of the Rules of the Procedures. I hereby move this motion that whereas Section 3.1 of the Administration of the East African Legislative Assembly Act 2012 establishes the East African Legislative Assembly Commission, and whereas Section 3.2 of the said provides that the members of the commission shall be composed of the speaker, the chairperson of the council, who shall be an ex-officio member, and 2 members of the assembly from each partner state elected by the assembly. Aware that the Honorable Dr. Oburu Odinga and the Honorable Wanjiko Muhia, both former members of the Eala Commission from the Republic of Kenya, ceased to be Eala members and subsequently Eala commissioners following their election to the Parliament of Kenya on 8th August 2022 in compliance with the provisions of Article 51(3)(c) of the Treaty for Establishment of the East African Community, as read together with the Section 6B of the Administration of the East African Legislative Assembly Act 2012, which stipulates the grounds for vacation of office of commissioner. Noting that the vacancies occurred by the vacation of office of commissioner by the 2 members in the current Eala Commission may hamper adequate representation of the affected partner states, and therefore the need to have the vacancies filled. Granted that the nominations of the Honorable Adan Nur and Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim have been forwarded to the clerk pursuant to Rule 83(2) to represent the Republic of Kenya in the Eala Commission. And whereas Rule 83(2) provides that the election of members of the Commission shall be by secret ballot, and in accordance with Section 3.2 of the Administration of the Assembly Act 2012. Now, therefore, this Assembly do hereby resolve as follows: to elect the Honorable Adan Nur and the Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim to represent the Republic of Kenya in the Eala Commission. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Abdikadir. Honorable members, before... Okay, let me first introduce the motion before the House is that in accordance with the provisions of Section 3, subsection 2 of the Administration of the East African Legislative Assembly Act 2012 and Rule 83, Sub-Rule 2 and Sub-Rule 3, the Assembly elects Honorable Adan Nur and the Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim to represent the Republic of Kenya in Eala Commission. And I want to put a context on this. We understand now that in accordance with Rule 83, Sub-Rule 2, the Assembly would have proceeded to the election by secret ballot of those nominated. However, noting that there are only 2 members who have been nominated to represent the Republic of Kenya in the Commission, and appreciating that the Republic of Kenya is entitled to 2 vacancies I would suggest the House to agree to the following question, that we proceed to declare them duly elected to the commission.
Procedure, Chair. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, who is raising the point of procedure? Honorable Musamari.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The procedure point I'm moving is based on Rule 27 of our rules of procedure. It may look minor, but we need to move in a proper and fit manner. When you look at the motion itself, it looks like we are electing the whole commission unless you go into the details. So I was moving an amendment, Honorable Speaker, if you may permit, to the motion. Honorable Speaker.
So what is the proposed amendment? Okay, maybe you are taking me to something I wanted to avoid. I really wanted to avoid the debate on this because it is consuming our time for something we shall conclude most likely, but debate is open. Now you can move your motion.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to propose amendment to the motion to read the title of the motion to read as follows. Motion for the election of representatives of members from Kenya to the East African Legislative Assembly Commission.
Honorable Abdikadir, agree with the amendment? Yes.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, but I think it's not necessary to mention that. Maybe what all Honorable Musamari was going to say was an amendment that looks like motion for the election of members to the East African Legislative Assembly. The rest of the details are there. That word "off" after the word members can change to. Then that sorts it out because the details are in there.
Well, so can a member move a motion on how we conclude it, the way I had suggested? Yes.
I said it may look minor.
We are done with that. So I'm saying, can we declare them? Can a member move that we declare them elected?
Let someone else move, right now, Speaker.
I do it to suo moto. Yes, Honorable Fatu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to move a motion that the Assembly declares unanimously the election of Honorable Adan Nur and Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim to represent the Republic of Kenya in the Eala Commission. I beg to move.
Yes, so those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. So the two members, the ayes have it, and the two members are duly elected into the commission. Thank you very much. We can now proceed.
Agenda number 6 in the order paper, the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation number 3 Bill 2022 by first reading by way of motion.
Chair, Council of Ministers.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation number 3 Bill 2022 be read for the first time. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
Do we normally seek a secondment for this kind of motion? Okay, seconders. Seconders. Honorable Pierre Claver and Honorable Gideon and all members standing. Now the clerk will read the short title of the bill.
The East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Number 3 Bill 2022.
Now the bill is referred to the Committee on General Purpose.
Agenda item number 7 in the order paper, report of the Committee on Legal, Rules and Privileges on assessment of the status of ratifications and the implementation of the EAC protocols and the EAC laws by way of motion.
Chairperson, Committee on Legal, Rules and Privileges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the assessment of the status of ratification and implementation of the EAC protocols and EAC laws, be adopted. I beg to move.
Seconders, Honorable Noor, the new member of the commission, and Honorable Thomas, Honorable Mariam, and all members standing. Chair, you cannot proceed to present the report, but I note we don't have a podium here, so maybe you will do it from where you are sitting.
Yes, I can manage from here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This report was laid on the table on the 9th of June, 2022. So I'll proceed to read the report. Article 151 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community empowers partner states to conclude protocols as may be necessary for each area of cooperation. Protocols are approved by the summit on the implementation of the council. Once approved, protocols are subject to signature and ratification by the partner states. Protocols enter into force upon ratification and depository of the ratification instrument with the Secretary General by all partner states. The non-ratification of protocols delays the implementation of the respective protocols and consequently affects negatively the attainment of the objectives of the community as specified by the treaty and the relevant protocols. The table below shows the list of protocols that were not fully ratified by the time of undertaking of this activity. That's table 1, the protocol pending ratification by partner states. The protocol on immunities and privileges not yet ratified by the Republic of Burundi. I said by the time of undertaking this activity. 2, protocol on cooperation in meteorological services, all partner states. 3, protocol on sanitary and phytosanitary measures, the United Republic of Tanzania. 4, protocol on information communications and technology, the United Republic of Tanzania, the Republic of Kenya, and the Republic of Burundi. Protocol on extended jurisdiction of the East African Court of Justice, the Republic of Burundi, the Republic of Uganda, and the United Republic of Tanzania. Protocol on foreign policy coordination, the United Republic of Tanzania. Amendment to Article 24(2) of the Protocol on the establishment of the East African Community Customs Union, all the partner states. The source of this information is from the EAC Secretariat. Laws of the community. In accordance with Article 62 of the treaty, enactment of the legislation of the community shall be effected by all means of bills passed by the Assembly and assented to by the heads of state. Section 12 of the Laws of the Community Interpretation Act 23 provides that every act published in the Gazette and upon such publication shall be a public act and shall be judicially noticed. Further, Section 14 of the Laws of the Community Interpretation Act provides that an act shall come into force on the date of its publication in the Gazette, or if it is provided in that act that some of all its provisions shall come into force on some other date, whether before or after the date of publication. The East African Community enacted a number of laws, some of which commenced their application. However, it is possible for laws duly enacted and are in force not to be implemented by the community and some partner states. It is premised on the above introduction that the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges decided to execute its oversight role by conducting an activity to assess the status of ratification of all protocols concluded by ESC and the implementation of the laws. Objectives. The main objective of the activity was to assess the status of ratification of concluded protocols and to assess the implementation of laws of the community by the partner states. The specific objectives were as follows: to understand the reasons for the delay in the ratification of the protocols, to assess the readiness of the partner states to ratify the pending protocols, to assess the implementation of laws of the community by the partner states, to understand the challenges which partner states face in the implementation of the laws of the community, and to understand the level of awareness with regards to protocols and laws of the community. The committee undertook this activity by conducting meetings with the government officials and the relevant stakeholders in the partner states. On the ratification of protocols, the committee focused on the protocols pending ratification in each partner state. On the aspect of implementation of the laws of the community, the committee assessed the implementation of the East African Community Vehicle Load Control Act 2016. The Republic of South Sudan joined the ESC while all the protocols included in the table were already concluded. Therefore, the Republic of South Sudan is not required to ratify them. For this reason, in the Republic of South Sudan, these activities focus on their preparedness to implement this protocol. Status of ratification of the protocols, Republic of Burundi. The Ministry of ESC Affairs, Youth, Sports and Culture takes stock of all the protocols, laws, and other correspondences from the ESC headquarters. When received, the ministry coordinates the actions due. Once a protocol is concluded by the ESC, the ministry in charge of ESC Affairs receives the protocol and transmit to the relevant ministry for comments. After receiving feedback from the relevant ministry, the protocol is forwarded to the Ministry for Justice for legal inputs and interpretation. The relevant ministry sends the protocol to the office of the Prime Minister, who is in charge of government business in the National Assembly. The Prime Minister will table the protocol to the Cabinet for approval and onwards transmission to the National Assembly. If the National Assembly adopts the protocol, it will be sent to the President for assent. And after assent, the Minister in charge of ESC Affairs will deposit the instrument of ratification to the office of the Secretary General. Protocols pending ratification by the Republic of Burundi. The Republic of Burundi reported to have 4 protocols pending ratification. These are protocols on immunities and privileges, protocol on cooperation in meteorological services, protocol on information, communication and technology, and protocol on the extended jurisdiction of the East African Court of Justice. The status of ratification of protocols pending in the Republic of Burundi. Protocol on immunities and privileges. The committee was informed that this protocol has gone through the process of ratification. The instrument of ratification was deposited on June 8, 2022. Protocol on cooperation in meteorological services. The protocol was transmitted to the ministry in charge of environment and to consideration. Protocol on information, communication, and technology. The protocol was forwarded to the relevant ministry. There are some areas that needed to be improved. Comments on this protocol will be submitted to the Secretariat for consideration. The protocol on the extended jurisdiction of the East African Court of Justice. All concerned departments have already been given their positive feedback on this protocol. Is now in the office of the President for assent and subsequently depository of the protocol of the ratification instrument. Challenges encountered in the ratification of these protocols by the Republic of Burundi. The biggest challenge is limited communication between government departments, a concern that was raised by members of the National Assembly, that whereas the National Assembly is willing to approve the ratification of all protocols, the relevant ministries does not bring them on time. In June 2021, the Ministry of ESC Affairs conducted a meeting with the institutions and stakeholders to identify the pending protocols and the challenges that caused the delay in the ratification. The Republic of Kenya. The process of ratification of the protocol in the Republic of Kenya. The process of ratification of protocols is governed by the treaty. Making and Ratification Act 2012. The executives are responsible for the negotiation and ratification process. Whereas where the Republic of Kenya has signed a treaty or where the government intends to ratify a treaty, the Cabinet Secretary of the relevant ministry or State Department shall, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and the Attorney General, prepare and submit to the Cabinet the treaty and memorandum seeking approval to ratify. Once the Cabinet approves, the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs shall within a reasonable time submit the treaty and memorandum of the treaty to the Speaker of the National Assembly. The Speaker of the National Assembly shall refer the treaty together with the memorandum to the relevant committees for consideration. The relevant committees shall ensure public participation in the ratification process in accordance with the laid down procedures. The National Assembly may approve with the reservation to a particular article or articles or disapprove the ratification of the treaty. Where the National Assembly approves the ratification of a treaty, the clerk of the National Assembly shall submit the resolution of the House to the relevant Cabinet Secretary, confirming the treaty has been duly considered and ratified by the National Assembly. The relevant Cabinet Secretary shall within 30 days from the date of the approval request the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs to prepare the instrument of ratification. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs shall prepare the instrument of ratification for signature by the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs. The Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs thereafter shall cause the deposit of this signed instrument of ratification with the relevant depository office. The status of ratification of EAC protocols by the Republic of Kenya. Whereas Table 1 indicates that the Republic of Kenya has not ratified 3 protocols, the Republic of Kenya informed the committee that it has ratified and deposited the instrument of ratification of the following protocols. The Protocol on Cooperation in Meteorological Services, which was ratified on the 31st of March 2019, and the instrument was deposited in July 2019. And the Protocol on Information, Communication, and Technology was ratified on 30th October 2019, and the instrument was deposited in December 2019. The EAC Secretariat confirmed that the Republic of Kenya ratified the 2 protocols and deposited indeed the 2 protocols, deposited instruments of ratification. The committee was informed that the Republic of Kenya is yet to ratify the amendment to Article 24(2) of the Protocol on Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. The amendment was considered by the Committee on Regional Integration, which recommended for the ratification. The delay in the ratification of this amendment was occasioned by the reconstitution of the leadership of the Committee of the Whole House and the Committee on Regional Integration. The Republic of Rwanda, ratification of the EAC protocols in Rwanda. According to Article 167 of the Constitution of Rwanda, the powers to negotiate and sign international treaties and agreements is vested with the President of the Republic or his or her delegate. Also, Article 167 elaborates that treaties and agreements ceding or exchanging part of the territory of Rwanda or adding a territory of another country to Rwanda cannot be ratified without the consent of Rwandans through a referendum. For a protocol that concerns amenities, please forgive me for that word, peace, commerce, accession to international organizations, those with commit state finances, those requiring modification of national legislation, or relating to the status of persons can only be ratified after the approval by the Parliament. Once such a protocol is adopted by the summit and forwarded to Rwanda for ratification, the Ministry for EAC Affairs shall table it to the Parliament for approval. After the protocol is ratified by the Parliament, the ministry responsible for EAC Affairs submits the instrument of ratification to the Secretary General. The status of ratification of EAC protocols by the Republic of Rwanda. The committee was informed that the Republic of Rwanda have not yet ratified the following protocols. The Protocol on Cooperation in Meteorological Service and amendment of Article 24(2) of the Protocol on the Establishment of the EAC Customs Union. The committee was further informed that the Protocol on Cooperation in Meteorological Services needed to be revived by the ministry responsible for meteorology for ratification process. The delay was occasioned by the reshuffle of the ministries. Initially, meteorology was under the Ministry of Infrastructure, but later it was shifted to the Ministry of Environment. The committee was also informed that on the amendment of Article 24.2 of the protocol and the establishment of the EAC Customs Union, the protocol is under review and shall be processed for ratification. The Republic of Rwanda is ready and willing to ratify all the EAC protocols, since these protocols, once ratified, become integral part of the treaty, and Rwanda has a political will on implementing the treaty to its best. Republic of Uganda, ratification of protocols in Uganda. The representative from the Ministry of Justice informed the committee, Section 2 of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 24 states that all treaties shall be ratified as follows: by the cabinet in case of any treaty other than a treaty referred to in paragraph B of this section, or by the parliament where the treaty relates to the amicus, neutrality, or peace, or in the case of a treaty in respect of which the Attorney General has certified in writing that its implementation in Uganda would require an amendment of the Constitution. The law further stipulates that the instrument of ratification of a treaty shall be signed, sealed, and deposited by the minister responsible for foreign affairs. The status of ratification of EAC protocols in Uganda. Whereas Table 1 indicates that the Republic of Uganda has not ratified 3 protocols, the government of Uganda informed the committee that it ratified the following protocols: the protocol on cooperation in meteorological services and the protocol on extended jurisdiction of the East African Court of Justice. The EAC Secretariat informed the committee that it received a letter from the Republic of Uganda explaining that it has ratified the protocol to operationalize the extended jurisdiction of the East African Court of Justice. However, the instrument for ratification has not yet been deposited with the Secretary General as per Article 153 of the treaty. Challenges causing delay in the ratification of protocols. The following are some of the challenges that cause delay in the ratification of the protocols: bureaucratic delays in securing the requisite clearance, for example, certificates of financial implication and technical compliance, as well as allocation of the cabinet business agenda. The existing capacity gaps in drafting and the mismatch in the ratification by other partner states, rendering ratification redundant since a protocol only takes effect upon full ratification by all partner states. The United Republic of Tanzania. The process of ratification of protocols in the United Republic of Tanzania. The process of ratification of protocols in the United Republic of Tanzania requires the relevant ministries to prepare a cabinet paper for consideration by the cabinet. If the cabinet approves the protocol, it will be forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration. If the protocol is accepted, the National Assembly will forward the resolution to the relevant ministry, which will forward the ministry to the ministry responsible for foreign affairs. The ministry responsible for foreign affairs will prepare the instrument of ratification and submit to the president together with the resolution of the assembly for signature. The signed instruments will be forwarded to the ministry responsible for foreign affairs for onward transmission to the depository authority. The status of ratification of the EAC protocols by the United Republic of Tanzania. The table below indicates the status of the pending protocols by the Republic of Tanzania. Protocol on cooperation in meteorological service. The Ministry of Transport, in collaboration with the Tanzania Meteorological Agency, are still consulting before submitting this report to the cabinet for consideration. The protocol on extended jurisdiction of the EACJ. The cabinet will submit its report about the protocol to the president soon. The protocol on foreign policy coordination. Stakeholders' views and opinion has been collected. The report is being prepared for submission to the cabinet. Amendment to Article 24.2 of the protocol on the establishment of the EAC Customs Union. The United Republic of Tanzania has no objection in ratifying this protocol. The protocol will be tabled in Parliament in September 2022. The committee was informed that the United Republic of Tanzania deposited the instrument of ratification for the following protocols: the protocol on information communication technology was deposited in January 2020, and the protocol on sanitary and phytosanitary measures instruments were deposited in September 2021. The EAC Secretariat confirmed that the United Republic of Tanzania ratified all the two protocols. The instrument of ratification for the protocol on information, communication, and technology was deposited on 30th of January 2020. The letter forwarding the instrument for the protocol on sanitary and phytosanitary measures was received on March 29th, 2022. Challenges causing the delay in the ratification process. The following are the challenges that caused delay in the ratification of the protocols in the United Republic of Tanzania. The United Republic of Tanzania is still in the process of harmonizing her laws in line with the EAC protocols. This involves country consultation, hence the delay in ratification of the protocol, and the legal technicalities caused delay in the ratification process since it also requires research. The committee was informed that in 2019, the government issued a directive that the process of ratifying all pending protocols shall be completed within 2 years at the technical level and submit reports regarding the protocols to the cabinet by December 2021. The Republic of South Sudan. In the Republic of South Sudan, this activity was carried out differently from other partner states because the Republic of South Sudan joined the EAC while all the pending protocols were already concluded. Therefore, she was not required to ratify them. The process of ratification of protocols in the Republic of South Sudan. The committee was informed that before a state ratifies or accedes to a treaty, it has to complete the necessary procedures at the national level. These procedures are governed by the national law or the constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan gives the powers to the president to ratify treaties with the approval of the assembly. The practice shows that some treaties automatically become domestically binding once they become internationally binding, and some needs to be implemented through legislation. The following is the procedure in the ratification of protocol. Collection of all the relevant documents, cost-benefit analysis of becoming party to the treaty or protocol, assessment of whether the legal system established by the treaty or protocol will be beneficial to the country, seek legal opinion from the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice present it to the Council of Ministers. The Council of Ministers table it before the Assembly, the President to sign the instrument of ratification, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ministry of EAC Affairs, as the case may be, for deposit the instrument of ratification. Treaty of accession of the Republic of South Sudan into the East African Community. The committee was informed that the Republic of South Sudan acceded to the EAC Treaty on the 15th of April 2016 and ratified the accession treaty, which means that it became party to the treaty. The Republic of South Sudan is bound to implement the treaty or legislation and protocols concluded before it joined the EAC. In regard to the accession of the treaty by the Republic of South Sudan, it was automatic that the protocols and agreement ratified by virtue of its accession to the treaty. Preparation of the Republic of South Sudan to implement the EAC protocols. The committee was informed that the Republic of South Sudan has already laid a program to implement all EAC protocols. The preparations are studying the instrument of ratification of the Republic of South Sudan to the EAC, harmonizing the national laws pertaining the community, adoption of trade facilitation measures such as the harmonization of standards and law, and implementation of EAC programs and policies, and making reference to the treaty and protocols while drafting its national laws. Update of status of ratification of the protocols. The following table now indicates the status of ratification of protocols by the information from the EAC Secretariat as of 25th October 2022. 1, protocol on cooperation and in meteorological service has not yet been ratified by the Republic of Kenya. Protocol on information, communication, and technology has not yet been ratified by the Republic of Burundi. Protocol on extended jurisdiction of the East African Court of Justice, not yet ratified by the United Republic of Tanzania. Republic of Uganda has not deposited the instrument of ratification, although they have ratified. Protocol on foreign policy coordination has not yet been ratified by the United Republic of Tanzania. Amendment to Article 24.2 of the Protocol on the establishment of the East African Community Customs Union, all the partner states have not yet ratified. The reasons I've said before. General observation or ratification of the EAC protocols. The committee made the following observation with regard to ratification of EAC protocols. All partner states have delays in ratification of some of these protocols. The following 5 protocols pending ratification as of 25th of June 2022, the one I read earlier on, so we can skip this part. Well, I can read it as requested. 1, protocol on cooperation in meteorological service, protocol on information communication and technology, protocol on extended jurisdiction of the EAC Court of Justice, protocol on foreign policy coordination, and amendment to Article 24.2 of the protocol on the establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. There are different procedures of ratification of all protocols in partner states which contributes to delay in ratification. All partner states indicated their willingness and commitment to ratify all the pending protocols. There is a delay in depositing the instrument of ratification with the Secretary General by the depository authorities of the partner states after protocols are ratified. There is a need for the community to assist in the capacity building to the Republic of South Sudan with regard to implementation of the EAC protocols. Protocols concluded shall take into consideration the specific needs of the people with special needs, including people with disabilities, elderly, and children. Synergy is important amongst the key stakeholders in the process of ratification and implementation of these protocols, and there is a lack of awareness of the EAC protocols for officials to implement them. General recommendation on the ratification of the EAC protocol. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to always set a timeline for the partner state to ratify and conclude protocols. Direct the partner states to ratify all pending protocols because they have taken long time since they were concluded and adopted. Direct the Secretary General to prepare and update information on the status of ratification and implementation of all the EAC protocols. Direct partner states and the EAC Secretariat to conduct awareness program to the EAC citizens on various integration processes, including the protocols and laws of the community. And direct the partner state and the EAC Secretariat to conduct awareness program to officials who implement the EAC protocol in partner states, especially officials at the border point. The second part of the activity was the implementation of the EAC Load Control Act 2016. The first part was on protocols. Burundi is a landlocked country. Okay, the Republic of Burundi. Burundi is a landlocked country. This means that it imports and exports, its imports and exports are carried coastwise by road. The country therefore enjoys the benefit of the implementation of that law, but equally suffers from the shortcomings of its implementation. Implementation of the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016. Burundi ascended to the Vehicle Load Control Act and fully harmonized it with her national laws. However, the country has faced challenges in the implementation of the law. 1, enforcement of the law has increased non-tariff barriers. For example, whereas the United Republic of Tanzania previously reduced the number of way bridges to 3, it has now gone back to 7 checkpoints to enforce the vehicle load control. The 7 checkpoints are at Nyagahura, Kahama, Nakawa, Singida, Morogoro, Vigwaza, and Dar es Salaam. The Association of Drivers in Burundi informed the committee that when a truck is found in breach of the law, it is only the drivers who are punished, leaving out the truck owners and the owners of the cargo. There was complaint that the weighing of axle loads should be substituted with overall tonnage of the vehicle. In transit, luggage loaded may move, resulting in an axle weighing more than recommended. Drivers from Burundi complained of non-tariff barriers in Kenya, Uganda, and the United Republic of Tanzania. Republic of Kenya. The Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA, is a state cooperated established under the Kenya Road Act 27 with the responsibility for managing development, rehabilitation, and maintenance of national roads. KENHA had put in place management, operation, and maintenance of all overloading control centers or the way bridges on major trunk roads under management contracts in group known as clusters. That is the Athi River, Juja, Insinya, Mariakani, Twapa, Dongo Kindu, Gilgil, Mahiu, Busia, Rongo, and Webuye clusters for ease of management. These weight bridges are installed with weighing scales of different types, namely multi-deck scales, single axle weigher scales, and high-speed weighing in motion to filter trucks and determine while in motion, while a vehicle need to go into weigh station for weigh confirmation or otherwise. The ESC Load Control Act 2016 is enforced in weight bridges except at Mahiu, which is Suswa station, which is outside the saddle covered by the regional trunk road network. The representatives of Kenha informed the committee that seamlessly implementing the ESC Customs Vehicle Load Act 2016 will protect roads from overload trucks. The law, which was gazetted in 2016, limits weight on the road with heavy penalties prescribed against those found guilty of contravening the law. The law requires that all vehicles with more than 3.5 tons to be weighed at weight bridges, and any transporter who bypass, abscond, or invades a weighing station is liable for prosecution. The law puts the maximum axle load of 56 tons business person transporting unusual cargo and required to acquire a special license from respective authorities. Individuals who float the law are required to pay a fine of up to 15,000 United States dollars or be jailed for a maximum of 3 years or both penalties. The committee was informed that the United Republic of Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, and South Sudan have initiated the process of enforcing the law, but unique legislation framework of this country poses a number of challenges. Kenya has positioned herself to handle more transporters with the introduction of virtual weigh station in its 10 weigh bridges along the northern corridor. At the stations, trucks are weighed while in motion, while that little time is wasted in conducting inspections. The high-speed weigh-in-motion technology provided by Kistler Quaz sensors will reduce the time spent in the station and corruption as they would not be manned by human beings. The Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. The Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works, and the State Department for Transport is responsible for the implementation of the policy and regulation on the road transport operation in the country. A number of key stakeholders presented the following challenges in complying with the ESC Vehicle Load Control Act. Gross weight free allowance will be increased at least by 1% leeway. The current fines are too heavy. The transporters recommend that fines will be reviewed. If a transporter has exceeded the axle load and pays a fine, they should be allowed to pass all set weight bridges for the complete journey. The current allowed load is extra 1 ton, shall be increased to 2 tons. Weigh bridge managers will treat the truck owners with respect and not like criminals. Redistribution of cargoes will be allowed across all weigh bridges. The queues at the station, the queues at certain weigh bridges are too long. This is caused by officers who are weighing each vehicle manually with the special reference to Juja and Isinya. There should be recognition of trucks or trailers manufacturers' design weigh specification. Transporters should be issued with weighing tickets at all stations, and the tickets will be admissible in subsequent weigh bridges in case one is said to have exceeded, especially for containers under customs sale. There is need for an increase in the time frame for reweighing from the allowable 30 minutes to 2 hours to allow the relevant parties coordinate and comply. And the requirement for police escort for every loader is expensive for the transporters. Aside from this challenge, it was noted that Kenya and the United Republic of Tanzania are engaging in a bilateral engagement that is aimed at harmonizing road user charges. Ratification of Republic of Rwanda. The ESC Vehicle Control Act 2016 is partially implemented in the Republic of Rwanda. Currently, Rwanda does not have the implementation tools such as weigh bridges. However, the lack of weigh bridges on the road network does not restrain Rwanda to enforce the law. The gross vehicle mass, GVBM, of 56 tons and the maximum number of axles 7 are enforced. Preparation by Rwanda before the commencement of the application of the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016. Rwanda is currently putting in place the weigh stations on road networks, and the regulatory framework is under development through the draft law governing land and waterways transport to cater for operationalization of the weigh bridges. The draft law will fully implement the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016, where specific provision will be catered in a ministerial order. The instrument framework for the enforcement of the EAC Vehicle Control Act 2016 in Rwanda. The Ministry of Infrastructure is the policy organ for Vehicle Load Control Act. The management and operation of the weighing stations are the responsibility of the national agency in charge of transport development, as provided by the aforementioned draft law. Rwanda Standards Board has a responsibility with regard to weigh bridges, standards, and accreditation. Laws that were affected by the implementation of the EAC Vehicle Control Act 2016, the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016 slightly affected the Presidential Order Decree number 8501 of 2nd September 2022, regulating general traffic police and the road traffic, especially in its chapter 3 on maximum weight authorized. The act also contains new provisions that are not in the Presidential Order Decree, which will require to amend and incorporate all the essential provisions. The level of awareness of stakeholders concerning the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act in Rwanda. Due to the reasons stated above, the act is not completely enforced, and therefore its awareness remains an activity in the portfolio, which will be done as Rwanda puts in place the enforcement tools such as policies and weigh stations. The benefit gained from enforcing the EAC Vehicle Control Act 2016. Though the EAC Vehicle Control Act 2016 is not completely enforced in Rwanda, it is certain that having legal limits of the vehicle load prevent load from deteriorating. Harmonization of the vehicle load control has allowed smooth movement of goods in Rwanda and in the region as a whole. How the non-compliance or enforcement of other partner states affect partner states. The existence of many weighing stations in Kenya and Tanzania has been causing delays and extra costs. But currently feedback shows that there are only 3 stops for weighing in the central corridor, which has reduced the delay and the cost of doing business. Areas that needed review and amendment to the EAC Vehicle Control Act 2016. There is a compromise between the fees for transportation of abnormal load that are based on overloading fees and the obligation to get transmission to transport abnormal load. Normally, when you have permission, you should not pay overloading penalty. Rather, a fee should be provided for getting the permission and or repairing the damages that might be caused by transportation of the abnormal load. The EAC Vehicle Load Control Station enforcements should be revised to address this issue. The status of implementation or enforcement of the EAC Vehicle Control Act in the Republic of Uganda. The representative from the Ministry of Works, Engineer Edward Biaruhanga, informed the committee that the EAC Vehicle Control Act is implemented in Uganda. Engineer Biaruhanga further informed the committee that the Ministry of Transport and Works has embarked on initiatives to start transportation of fuel along the Lake Victoria. A rescue coordination center has been established in Entebbe, Uganda, and via Mwanza in Tanzania. Submission by a representative from regional lorry drivers and transporters. In his submission, the representative of the lorry drivers emphasized the following: the need to improve weigh bridges at Magamaga and Mubende, among others, to facilitate the speedy flow of commercial traffic on the corridors and across the borders of all countries in the region, while also ensuring that vehicle overloading is minimized efficiently and cost-effectively. The non-harmonized laws where it was noted that southern route is not completed by road. Eala should initiate laws to facilitate trade. They need to harmonize trade procedures, government agencies to work in tandem with other agencies, like the Uganda Revenue Authority. Recommendation: they need to sensitize and disseminate information and existing laws of the community. The committee urged the other EAC partner states to enhance use of water transport, especially on Lake Victoria. This will help to reduce congestion along the roads in the northern corridor. The United Republic of Tanzania, the actions taken by the United Republic of Tanzania to implement the EAC Vehicle Control Act 2016. The committee was informed that the United Republic of Tanzania is fully implementing the EAC Vehicle Control Act 2016 and its regulations since March 2019. Before commencement of the law, the government, through the Ministry of Works and Transport, conducted awareness program to transporters and weighbridge operators. Awareness continued after the implementation started by the Tanzania National Roads Agency. The meeting was also informed that the Ministry of Works Transport, through weighbridge stations monitored by TANROADS, continued implementing the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016. There are no laws that were affected by the implementation of the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016. The level of awareness of stakeholders with regard to this law is good since there is an improvement in terms of vehicle loads. The level of awareness of stakeholders with regard to this load is good since there is improvement in terms of vehicle loads. Stakeholders are concerned with the magnitude of overloading charges as applied in the EAC Community Vehicle Load Control Enforcement Measure Regulation 2018. The overloading charges that are in place are too high and are not realistic in terms of implementation. It was further noted that the charges hinder trade because they increase the cost of doing business. Substandard road bumps pose challenge while in transit, as trucks go over the bumps, cargo shift to other axles, increasing the load on the same axles and hence causing the driver to be fined. Effective enforcement of the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016 helped to prevent overloading, which makes roads safer and lower the highway maintenance cost. And some partner state does not enforce the law by allowing passengers, vehicles, such as buses, to use their trunk roads without being weighed. This causes challenges to the enforcement authority in Tanzania, as bus owners complain of being weighed in Tanzania while they are not weighed in other partner states. Areas that need review and amendment to the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016. The overloading charges should be reviewed to be very realistic and pocket-friendly. It was recommended that in a special circumstance, the road authorities, in consultation with the relevant ministers, may refrain from imposing a fee or waiver or reduce an imposed fee. The waiver or reduction of fees will be considered if the matter of national security is for bilateral agreements between governments, and the government and the motor vehicles are used as a result of natural disasters relief or for emergency infrastructure restoration. Part 3, Section 13(6) of the East African Community Vehicle Load Control Enforcement Measure Regulation 2018 states that an overloaded vehicle carrying a hazardous load which cannot comply with special safety and health precautions for overloading and intends to proceed with the journey shall pay, in addition to the normal overloading fee, 4 times the overload fee for the remaining parts of its journey within the partner state. That makes to $60,000 US. The word hazardous is too specific, while we have other types of load that cannot be reduced or rearranged to bump into the required legal load limit in terms of weight. It is recommended to be amended to read as an overload vehicle carrying special load which cannot comply with special safety and health precautions for offloading and intends to proceed with the journey shall pay, in addition to the normal overloading fee, 4 times the overload fee for the remaining part of its journey within the partner states. 6, recommendation from stakeholders in Tanzania. There is need to ensure the calibration of weight bridges is done often to maintain accuracy. Conduct regular sensitization programs to enhance awareness among the users of the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act. And there's need to observe best practices from other EAC partner states and reduce NTBs, for example, allowing the empty truck and flap to proceed with the journey without passing through the weight bridges. Drivers will be allowed to verify and accept that his or her truck has truly overloaded was truly overloaded before being penalized. There is need to ensure the road bumps are made at a reasonable standard in order to facilitate and accelerate trade in the region. Transporters will familiarize themselves with the law and observe the rules and regulations in order to protect the region's road system and reducing the number of road accidents. The Republic of South Sudan. The EAC Vehicle Control Law Act 2016 is not implemented in the Republic of South Sudan. The legal instrument in the Republic of South Sudan that will set up institutional framework for the enforcement of the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016 is the Road and Safety, which is still a bill under the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. The committee was informed that South Sudan has no way bridges. This has led to non-monitoring of the way vehicles on roads of South Sudan, which is causing damage to the constructed roads due to overloading. The road network of the Republic of South Sudan is not included in the first schedule of the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016, which covers the regional trunk road networks. This also affects the implementation of this legislation because there are no links with the network. Challenges encountered in the Republic of South Sudan. The committee observed the following: delays and inadequacies in domestication and realignment of the EAC legal frameworks in the national laws due to the delayed start of the revitalized Transitional National Legislative Assembly, which plays a key role in legislating the legal instruments needed to operationalize the EAC protocols and other relevant laws. Limited capacity, institutional capacity constraints and skills gaps among the staff of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs poses a challenge in terms of drafting the EAC legal instruments. The judicial system of the Republic of South Sudan is based on the Arabic system, which makes it a challenge for the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to incorporate the laws and regulations of the East African community and the limited information about the EAC laws and protocols. Observation. The committee observed lack of coordination among ministries, departments on activities and programs of the EAC community. The committee observed the relevant ministries were not involved to participate in sectoral meetings of the EAC. The committee observed that EAC legal documents are not available in relevant ministries or departments and the committees of the Transitional National Legislative Assembly. The committee observed with pleasure the speed at which the private sectors is moving ahead of the government in matters of the EAC integration within the business aspect. For example, the representative of the private sector informed the committee that the private sector is already a member of the East African Business Council. Recommendation from stakeholders in the Republic of South Sudan. Urged the EAC Secretariat to avail all relevant protocols, laws to the Republic of South Sudan. The ministry responsible for EAC affairs in the Republic of South Sudan should make sure all EAC laws and protocols are disseminated to the relevant ministries, departments, and institutions. Urge the EAC Secretariat to collaborate with the ministry responsible for EAC affairs in the Republic of South Sudan to lay out a well-structured capacity building for the ministries responsible for justice and constitutional affairs and foreign affairs and all other stakeholders in the integration process of the EAC. Urge the EAC Secretariat to collaborate with the ministry responsible for roads and transport of the Republic of South Sudan to map out the road networks that will be linked to the regional trunk road network. The ministry responsible for EAC affairs in the Republic of South Sudan should conduct periodic sensitization across the country via media outlets such as radios, television, newspapers, and means of communication to the people. General observation. The committee observed the following: that public transportation is paramount in the process of implementation of laws and protocols, that the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016 is implemented differently by the partner states, while others are implementing the law fully. Some reported partial implementation, while others enacted national laws to domesticate the EAC law. There is need to have special lane in EAC roads for vehicles with the heavy load. The existence of substandard bumps caused the load to shift and hence penalize drivers for mistakes they did not commit. The road network of the Republic of South Sudan is not included in the first schedule for the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016, which covers the regional trunk network. This also affects the implementation of this legislation because there's no links with the network. there's need for sensitization of all road users in order to protect the EAC roads, Transporters in Tanzania have been opposing the law on grounds that its provision on the limit of cargo weight are not in line with those enforced by SADC, the Southern Africa Development Community. Fines and fees charged at the way bridges are exorbitant and they are charged differently. Some partner states reduced the number of way bridges, but later reintroduced them and hence going against the purpose of the law. Long track queues are still witnessed along the way bridges. General recommendation. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to direct all partner states to fully implement the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016 and its regulations. The committee urges the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to direct the EAC Secretariat to develop standards for road bumps to be applied in the entire EAC. Also to initiate the review of the EAC Vehicle Load Control Act 2016 and its regulation to address, among other things, review the fees and fines provided by the laws, and to include in the regional road network the roads from the Republic of South Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. To direct the EAC Secretariat to prepare a sensitization program on the appropriate use of roads, which is to be implemented by the EAC Secretariat and the partner states. And to direct the partner states that increase the number of way bridges to adhere to what is provided by this law. And lastly, to direct the EAC Secretariat and partner states to disseminate and sensitize the public on the existing laws of the community. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, I now propose the motion. And the motion before the House is that the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the assessment of the status of ratifications and implementation of EAC protocols and EAC laws be adopted. Debate is open. Before we proceed, honorable members, as you can see, we have quite a number of reports, so time may not be on our side. So I want to request you in advance that we shorten our interventions, make our debates brief, so that we can have more opportunities for everyone and also be able to cover all matters on the order paper. We don't need to intervene and cut you short. You can just manage that yourselves. Yes, let me catch you, try to catch my eye. Did you stand up, Honorable Mariam? Yes, Honorable Mariam, Honorable Abdikadir, Honorable Kakoza, Honorable Jean-Claude, Honorable Sophia, in that order. Then Honorable Francois.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, let me join my colleagues to thank the Republic of Rwanda and the chapter of the Eala Rwanda chapter for their for the way they receive us. We feel very comfortable in this beautiful city of Kigali. Also, let me briefly take this opportunity to congratulate all our colleagues who are being re-elected to come to Eala 5 in next term. Right, Honorable Speaker, as you said, we need to be brief. I must declare I'm a member of Legal Committee and I've been in this committee for 10 years. I just have a very few. I'll be very brief on my comments. My comments, I will not come through the report because I am a member of committee and we discuss this report. I will leave other members who are legal committee members to come and discuss. But my plea is to the Council of Ministers. As Eala, we passed the law that is supposed to be on top of our national laws. But there is a lot of flaws on how our partner states implement or approximate these laws. This is just a brief report, but as I said, I've been a member of legal committee for 10 years. If we bring the chart, you will see there is even some laws that we've passed since even 2009, 2011, that were supposed to be assented by the summit members. This law has not been assented. And per procedure, we're supposed to send all the laws that has been passed by Eala without any problems to be assented. And if there is no assent, we need a report back as of why it was not assented. But we have never in my 10 years tenure received any report of the laws that has not been assented by summit member. And there are many, but we do not receive them. So for us, it is our responsibility to implement, to enact law only. The implementation side is remained on our partner states. But our colleagues, with all the respect I give you, I know your responsibilities and your docket. You are very busy when you are at home because you represent our government in different areas, not just EAC. That one I have come to realize. So I don't want to put a blame on this, but I would like to urge you and beg you that the responsibilities of implementation for this law is lying on your behalf. Because once we've passed it, then the other process is coming to you. I would like also to remind and urge our colleagues, especially those who will come in Eala 5, to use the position of asking question on Council of Ministers. We have not used this instrument for so long. This instrument will enable us to question and to put into responsibilities our Council of Ministers to give us details on why some protocols are not yet implemented and why some laws are not yet implemented. Finally, I would like also to urge the Council of Ministers, as it is their responsibility, to make sure our national parliamentarians are aware of the laws that we are passing. Why am I saying this? Is because they elect us to represent them, but they are elected by the population of East Africans. If I pass any law that has problem, for example, in the border of Kigoma and Burundi, those people will not directly come to me and ask me question as of why those problems. For example, the vehicle load law. Those one traders cannot come directly to me. They'll definitely come to those who elected them for their constituency. So in your constituency, you will be asked about these laws. And the ministers of EAC, they are the one who bring this to us. But many of the parliamentarians, and I have this for sure, they are not aware of the law that we are passing. And this is not really our responsibility. It's the responsibility of we share responsibility as on sensitization programs, but in our parliament, the Council of Ministers, they are our government representative. They are the one responsible to make sure our parliaments are aware of one, the procedures, the laws that have been passed, everything, but most of them, they are not aware. So I stand here to humbly beg our Council of Ministers to help us on that docket, as it's the implementation side is on their side. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And again, I'm enjoying Kigali, especially the hills.
Thank you, Honorable Mariam, and thank you for the way you have managed the time, really. Yeah, so from the beginning, I've been saying Abdikadir, but forgive me, I haven't gotten used to the new title, Dr. Abdikadir. Because, you know, honorable members, we congratulate the Honorable Abdikadir, who acquired his PhD recently from the United States International University. And on a title that makes a lot of sense to our mission, because the thesis was on transformational leadership and the growth of intra-regional trade in the East African community. So the professors in the house would be interested to sit on the same table with you and have a serious conversation on our integration process. So Honorable Abdikadir, you are next on that list. Congratulations for that achievement.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the kind words and the recognition for the achievement of my doctoral degree. And Honorable Speaker, I also want to join on the onset my colleague Honorable Maria Mosi in thanking our colleagues from the Rwanda chapter in welcoming us into the beautiful city of Kigali to transact this very important business on behalf of the people of East Africa. And Honorable Speaker, it made us feel warm, happy, and as you can see, ready and energized to transact business for the people of East Africa. Right, Honorable Speaker, on the issue at hand, the motion that the report that's being discussed, I want to on the onset say that I stand to support the adoption of this report. Indeed, protocols are very critical to the implementation of the East African Treaty. And I really want to say that our partner states must be able to move first to ratify these protocols, because the treaty only sets what I call the key objective areas, but the details of those intentions are covered in the protocols. And whenever countries delay in passing the protocols, then it becomes a delay in the implementation of the treaty that governs the East African community. I want to send a word to the bureaucrats who sit in our capitals, in all our capitals, without any exception, who sometimes look at these protocols and say, no, why should we move away from what we have, our own laws, our own ways of doing things, and go and do things in the East African way? At the end of it all, I want to say that the passage of those protocols is beneficial to all of us as people of East Africa, and therefore the leadership in our partner states should take very careful note, because sometimes I know the goodwill is there of the leadership, but technocrats in our ministries sit on these issues sometimes for years without wanting to pass them, just because they feel uncomfortable with the passage of those laws. I always say, Mr. Speaker, that the process of integration is an interesting one. It actually means moving from your comfort zone, saying that, look, I'm no longer going to look at things as Kenyan, as Rwandan, or as Tanzanian, as Ugandan, as South Sudanese or Burundian, but I'm going to have to look at things now as an East African. That sometimes might be difficult, but I want to urge that we should be able to process these things without delay. And once it's ratified, why should a protocol be ratified many, many years back, and until now, it is not yet, brought or tabled or brought to the East African community? Once ratified, those protocols will also be allowed to be implemented, or to be the instruments be brought to the EAC as quickly as possible. On the Vehicle Load Control Act 2016, I just want to urge the people of East Africa that I know all our countries have different ways of looking at things, but certainly if we want to move cargo smoothly from Mombasa, from Dar es Salaam, all the way to our cities, our towns in the areas within the East African community, it only begs that we adopt one standard of law with regards on how this law will be carried. And therefore, this act should be enacted in all our countries as quickly as possible. And I also want to urge again, the use of weighbridge has now become another form of non-tariff barriers, Honorable Speaker. There are very many, instead of reducing the weighbridges, as the report shows us here, some countries are actually now increasing the number of those weighbridges. This is a clear contravention to this act, and I want to urge our partner states to please follow the law as it is, because it covers all of us. The one thing which encourages is that I think we should borrow a leaf from this, what the committee has reported on the automatic weighing in motion of vehicles. Mr. Speaker, if we have a technology that can weigh a 40-ton vehicle in motion, and that technology has been adopted, and I've seen it in Kenya, it's all over. If you have that technology, I want to urge the people of East Africa, or the technocrats in our ministries, please also bring what I call an automated penalty system if that vehicle is overloaded. If the weighbridge in motion has told you this vehicle is overloaded by so much, then it should immediately be able to trigger another system that sends a fine to the owner of that vehicle to a certain amount of money, so that there is no delay in moving that cargo, because often cargo delays a lot because of the hassle of that overweighing of vehicles. And why allow vehicles that are overweighted to leave our ports in the first place? Because we've got weigh bridges in our ports, in our origin, the origin of where the cargo is originating from. It doesn't have to be ports. Goods will be leaving Kigali here for consumption in Nairobi. So when it is leaving here, before it leaves Kigali for any other market within the East Africa region, it should be made to comply with the vehicle load Control Act of 2016. Then I just want to say, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, that this the quicker we comply with this law, the better for all of us. The issue of that has been mentioned here, SADC, Tanzania, compliance and in compliance to the 2016 Act is a very interesting one. Mr. Speaker, it is true that the United Republic of Tanzania is a member of the SADC. And I want to say that there's a lot of goods that originate from SADC countries that come to the EAC community. Now, you can imagine if a vehicle originating from Zambia with maize destined for either Tanzania or Kenya or any other place does not comply at the time of origin with the weight load that is required by our act, then it becomes a problem. I think there is need for us to be able to liaise with our other sister formations that some of our partner states are members to, so that there is a harmonization of laws. Otherwise, it's going to make the implementation of this one very difficult. I thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And I think one question that the Council should prepare to answer or to clarify. And Honorable Mariam raised the issue of laws that are not assented to. So, but protocols are instruments that are negotiated by partner states. So why then delay to assent? Because negotiations have already taken place, and presumably the consensus is already built before it is introduced to the community, unless the process of negotiation completely alienates national parliaments. But even if that was the case, then we would see an attempt by governments to ratify and possibly have challenges within the parliament itself. But I think what the committee is addressing us about is the fact that no attempt is even done to get the protocols ratified. So the ministers will help us to understand, why do you sit on the instruments you already negotiated and you just have one step to complete before they become operational? Yes. Honorable Kakoza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want also to add my voice from the previous speakers who have really thanked the steady progress we are seeing in the beauty of Kigali. That shows that really the people who planned to have a rotational plenary in the partner states was quite, I think, envisaged a benchmark to see what is happening, and we reflect, we go back home also to improve things, because now what is happening in Kigali, when you compare the last 10 years and today, there is a huge difference and a state of progress within Kigali. Secondly, that Honorable Speaker, I want also to thank the committee. Really, they did prepare a very comprehensive report. I think, members, you did a very good job. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, my comments and observation will be on one, as you've stated, like amendment of the Article 24 of the protocol on the establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. I think this amendment was for remedies of conflicts in trade. And if this bill was brought and really we did our job, I don't know why, when you look at the report, there is nothing that has been ratified. And as you've stated, that this is a negotiated part, partner states agreed, why don't you ratify? And this is quite very important. Right, Honorable Speaker, you've heard in newspapers, in the media, that always conflicts come in as people try to trade together, the partner states crossing one border to another. But when business people face a challenge, there is nowhere to go to. And what does that mean? The objective of the treaty is clear, that we must have in partner states where we have no tariff barriers, free movement of people, and also the cost of doing business should be reduced. For instance, Right Honorable Speaker, when the East African Customs Union was assented to in 2005, eventually in 2013, the cost of business, we introduced a single customs territory. And that helped the cost of doing business. One, time. For instance, a trader to import goods from abroad or overseas, a container to come from Mombasa to Kampala, it would take about 3 weeks, 4 weeks. But after introducing that single customs territory, you take about 3 days. And once you take 3 days as a businessman trying to trade, it makes me easy for me. But then when you say that I ensue a conflict and there is no committee established to solve my problem, it delays and causes a problem. Seriously, I want to urge the Council of Ministers to go in details and really will achieve the objective of the treaty of a common market. We need to take a SWOT analysis, the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats we have since we started the treaty. Because these non-tariff barriers always come in, and business community always complain. And this is a serious one that really we need to look at, and the business flow and the movement of people, we achieve what the intended purpose of the treaty and the integration. Right now, if we don't take an evaluation, there are countries which are coming on. Congo, DRC is coming in. It's still at the infant stage. We are thinking of joining African Continental Trade Area, but we still, within the community ourselves, still have some barriers. So I think we need seriously to think about before we go a way forward. I think we need to evaluate the customs union, how far we've gone, the market strategies we can cure these non-tariff barriers, and then before we go to the monetary union, and then the political federation. Right, Honorable Speaker, as the committee has given the recommendations, I think it's very paramount that really the Road Act should be revisited, maybe should be implemented, because the intended purpose has not achieved its objective, like a transport or movement of goods within the partner states. It must be clear, because if it was assented to in 2016, this is 2022, why not to be implemented? With those few remarks, otherwise, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kakoza. Honorable Jean-Claude Barimuyabo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this report. I just want to start by thanking the chair of this committee and the members of the committee for the very good report they prepared, and also the choice of the topic of this activity was so important. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I will not take much time, but I just want to speak on two issues. One, it is about the anomaly which was noted in and captured by this report, where the records kept by the Secretariat are different from the information they received from partner states, especially on the status of ratification of these protocols. At the beginning, you can see that they had a list of 6 protocols which were not ratified, but at the end, with the information received from partner states, actually the 2 other protocols were ratified, and the instruments of ratification were deposited to the Secretariat. But you could see that there is that mismatch of information shared by the Secretariat and partner states. So, Right Honorable Speaker, you can see that there is this protocol, the protocol on privileges and immunities. This is the protocol which this community awaited for so long. And we are happy now that this time this protocol was ratified by all partner states. So we have been having an issue of V8 to be recovered by our institutions and organs of the community, especially for the activities held in other partner states where those institutions are not hosted. So to recover V8 from those other partner states has been an issue because we were lacking this protocol to be in place and be implemented. So now my point is to urge the Council of Ministers to implement this protocol because it's going to solve a lot of issues this community was facing. The second is this protocol on sanitary and phytosanitary, the protocol. It is actually talking about standards, the quality of goods we consume. You remember the issue which was alarming, the issue of maize between Tanzania and Kenya, and Uganda and Kenya, the issue of eggs, things like that. I think this protocol is aiming to solve those kind of issues. So therefore, I also urge the Council of Ministers to take up the matter and fast track the implementation of the provisions of this protocol, so that we can prevent those kind of scenarios to happen again in the future. That one was Speaker. There is one big issue about these protocols. The Customs Union Protocol was the first protocol to be adopted by this community, but you see, there is one particular provision which was amended, but still all partner states have not ratified that protocol. It is Article 24.2. So it is providing for establishment of East African Community Trade Remedies, which is supposed to deal with the issues of these claims that we are seeing in this report, the claims of traders. So this particular committee is supposed to handle those issues timely, so that the NTBs caused by technocrats or other issues can be resolved on time, and also help our traders and not to incur a lot of loss because of non-implementation for the same. Madam Speaker, I will not delay much on this. I just want to go to the part 2 of this report, which talks about the this East African Community Axolotl. So now it was going to be even better if we could have received also this act as an annex to this report to help members be able to understand the real issues referred to by this report. But I tried to Google that act, and I found that actually section 12 of this act provides for installation and the management of way bridges. It is a responsibility of council, where section 12.1 says, I will read it. The council shall determine the regional network of way bridges and the locations of way bridges and weighing station along the regional trunk road network, which means
you cannot, a partner state is not allowed to establish a new way bridge without an approval of the Council of Ministers. So now where they say that the United Republic of Tanzania has increased the number of way bridges from 3 to 7, actually it is a contravention of the law. I seek the maybe of the
Let's be sure, Honorable Kennedy, did the report says there has been an increase of way bridges or roadblocks?
I confirm that there is an increase of way bridges from 3 recommended to 7.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to stop here because to allow also other members to contribute about this issue. But finally, before I submit my contribution, the Council of Ministers has a lot to do with regard to implementation of this act. Although the act might have weaknesses, but the Council also is the one to follow up. Even the issue of standards, those way bridges in motion, things like that, which is a responsibility of the Council. And the law also provides that there must be an audit by the external actors to be done every year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Claude. Let me exhaust the first list first. Honorable Sophia. Was it Sophia or Rutazana? Someone was here. Was it Honorable Rutazana? Okay, sorry about that. I needed to change my specs.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was a bit confused, but now it is clear it was me.
But you resemble somehow.
Thank you so much. I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank Honorable Chair for a good report. And I declare that I'm a member of this Legal Rules and the Privileges Committee, and I support the report. But I have some comments. One is related to what you have already raised regarding the consensus of relevant institutions when they are doing their negotiations for protocols. The report is saying that now during our oversight visits, some partner states says that they are under consultations in their respective partner states. And our question was, how are you in a consultations when it is already a consensus to have the protocol signed at the time it was read out for the partner state to ratify? That is the main question. And when you see in the protocol that are not yet ratified, you can see some of them are not ratified by all partner states. This is a question of, I think, follow-up. Follow-up first from the Secretariat, and we need a clarification from the Council. Who is the following up on the process of ratification to know what is the challenges partner states have so that it can be sorted out timely. The second is why can't we put in, the Council should not put in place a timeline for the ratification to be ratified, so that within that timeline, they can know the challenges partner states are facing so that they can mitigate them and resolve, so that we can have those protocols ratified within that timeline. Right, Honorable Speaker, we know that the process of ratification and the process of negotiation is the resources and the time is mattering. When we are talking about time, we know how those people, the stakeholders in partner states, are working hard to negotiate. Now, not giving them the justice, the work they have done, it is not fair. And secondly, when we see the resources, which is now on board for the ratification, for the negotiation to be done, those are resources from the community. And we need to be accountable to the resources we're using. That's why we are recommending to the council to put in place a timeline, which is helping them to know the mitigation of the challenges the partner states are facing, so that we can have those ratification protocols in time. And also to have someone at the secretariat level to follow up. And when we go for example, the oversight, we can go from them to know what is the problem, how can we help each other to solve them. So with a few remarks, I stand to support the report, and I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tazana. Then there was Honorable Francoise. I can continue, Honorable Dr. Woda, Honorable Muhirwa, and the Honorable Noor. Then we will continue with another list.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I first and foremost declare that I'm also a member of this Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges that observed the inefficiency in transport, which remains one of the challenges that continue to hinder the implementation of these processes of integration. The core objective of this community is to widen and deepen integration, Mr. Speaker. And you know, without the political will, we can't move forward as we wish. And partner states are committed to cooperate in terms of widening and deepening integration in the political, economic, and social and other affairs to make sure that we speed up this. In particular, Mr. Speaker, this issue of overloading network, overloading of vehicles, these are along what we call regional trunk road network that remains the major causes of premature failure for this community to be integrated and to also keep our infrastructure roads specifically safe is a big problem. As a consequence, Mr. Speaker, maintenance requirements are high, and not only at national level, but also at regional level. And this pushes this committee also to recommend the Council of Ministers to make sure cooperation is supported. And also sensitization was mentioned for citizens to be aware of what is happening, the way bridges, managers, how they work. I identified a problem when I saw that partner states are just reluctant to domesticate the related regional laws, which meant to widen and deepen cooperation among themselves. I saw that it's high time for stronger cooperation through ratification of EAC protocols and laws. On page 22, when we were interacting with stakeholders in the Republic of Rwanda, there is a serious issue raised by drivers. This issue is about the compromise between the fees for transportation of abnormal load that are based on overloading fees and the obligation to get permission to transport abnormal load, Mr. Speaker. It has been a big challenge because drivers said it's as if they are double paying fines. So once they have a permission to transport these abnormal loads, those are the trucks that have got like special size dimensions on their cars, even the weight, you know, are just abnormal. So they have got a permission. They shouldn't be fined again on the road when they are traveling. Mr. Speaker, this pushed me to have a look at SADC good practices on this, how they manage abnormal loads. So I found that through South Africa practice, that themselves, they add the requirement of putting insurance in place. This is very important, and we don't have this even in our report. We don't have this a good practice. And then I would like to also urge the council to make sure as this protocol is being put in place to also add putting insurance in place so that this abnormal load can cater for damage to the goods being transported, damage to the vehicle transporting the goods, damage to third-party property, injury or death of third parties, environmental damage, and also professional liability of independent in case they are in trouble. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the report. I will submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Francois. Honorable Dr. Wada.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank on the onset the Rwandan chapter for the hospitality and the well-organized receiving of the MPs, Malakozi. Yeah. All right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in the discussion for this report of the committee on the assessment of the status of the ratification and implementation of ESC protocols and ESC laws by the partner states. And I would like to thank the Committee on Legal and Rules under the leadership of the able Chair, Honorable Kennedy, for the job well done. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll be specific on three things, which is the ESC vehicle load, which is not implemented in South Sudan. And as all of us know that South Sudan has a unique situation of being a new nation of 11 years old, but this will not also be an excuse for us not to ratify the laws, because this has created a lot of problems to our roads. You can see the only one border stop, which is normally Eala. The road is really being damaged. I've been there before, I think before 6 months, the road is really damaged. We have some accident because of the overload of the trucks which are coming as far as from Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda. So this law is really needed to be ratified. And the problem is that most of the time we have a problem that most of the laws which should be built on for these ESC laws to be implemented are still in stage of bills. And whenever we go to South Sudan, we as the MPs from Eala, we really urge our Ministry of Justice that these bills has to be fast tracked so that they become a law. We speak to our national MPs all the time that these bills and these laws are really very needed. The other thing, Right Honorable Speaker, I think the limited information about the ESC laws goes to the lack of information. And when we discuss the report of integration of the Republic of South Sudan, we have seen that one financial year, the budget of one financial year was just allocated to South Sudan, and then the rest was not continued. This workshop and this capacity building were even sometimes less than 2 days, and there was no follow-up. So this is a very strong recommendation to the Council of Ministers and the Secretariat that there is a need to follow up on the integration of South Sudan. And the budget was not enough. As I said, these even capacity building were very short and there was no follow up on them, because when we went for the last sensitization, we met the committee on the implementation of the protocols of ESC. The chair is very informed, the committee members are very informed, but they don't have the budget. We are also pushing most of the time our MPs from the national parliament so that they allocate enough budget to our Ministry of ESC so that it can carry a lot of sensitization. Right, Honorable Speaker, the last point, which I really want to clarify, which was mentioned on page 27, Roman 2, I want an amendment on it, because it said that limited capacity for the institutional capacity constraint skill gaps among staff in the Ministry of Justice. I want an amendment to be put like limited capacity in ESC. In ESC, I think limited capacity in ESC laws and protocols or information, something like that, because I'm very sure that our staff in the Ministry of Justice, they have the capacity, but it is limited because they are not informed on the laws and protocols of the EAC. And this goes back to the lack of information, lack of outreach, and lack of sensitization, which I said again that I will blame the Council of Ministers and the Secretariat on this. Right, Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. So Chair will take note of the proposed amendment and you will pronounce yourself later. Honorable Muhirwa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Before I give my contribution, let me join my voice to that of my colleagues to say thank you to our colleagues from Rwanda chapter for, let me say, they really received us in a proper and fit manner. I thank thanks to them. Right Honorable Speaker, mine is one simple comment and will be a general comment. As you know, we are now celebrating, if I'm not mistaken, 22 years of EAC integration after its revival. And to implement EAC integration, you know, there are pillars of integration that EAC countries have agreed on. We have Customs Union Protocol as the first pillar of integration. We have Common Market Protocol. We are now dealing with Common Currency Protocol. Thereafter, we go and face the Political Federation Protocol. And to implement these various protocols, as countries have agreed on, there are several rules and other legal requirements have to be put in place. And these related laws to be implemented so as you have to ease the implementation of these various protocols. Indeed, at the country level, we have to observe the harmonization of some laws so that this implementation be effective. And as you know, we cannot do a forward step of implementing another protocol, another pillar of integration, whereas the first one has not yet been fully implemented. We are now assessing together that indeed there has been a delay as far as ratification, harmonization of laws. They are not being done timely. And let me remind you that this integration is not only cultural, not only economic, but it is most importantly political. Yes, we have accepted to integrate, but EAC countries, they keep their sovereignty. And when you consider what is happening on good neighboring between EAC countries, we still have a lot to do. Our citizens, they are waiting for what we as political leaders, we have to do so that we ease them to enjoy this integration. But we still have, may I say fears? I don't know. But we still have much interrogations. And to implement this EAC integration agenda, much work have to be done at country level. Is EAC integration a priority in EAC countries? It's a question. I propose that it's high time that political leaders in EAC have to have the special forum to assess in all dimensions of integration. How far are we with EAC integration? Achievements that we have made so far, and what is still missing in all dimensions of integration. On security level, good neighboring matters, economic matters, in all corners of integration. We have to have this forum at the top level to assess what can be done together. Otherwise, it is not only challenges in relation to harmonization laws, but also in some other domains of integration, we still assess challenges. And no one will have to bring a good solution. It's EAC political leaders. We have to sit together and have a true and frank dialogue and see what we can do and face together our challenges, our fears. So this is my contribution. Otherwise, we still have a lot to do. But tomorrow will be better because there is a political will, and integration, it's not an agenda that can be achieved in a single day. It's a process. Let's keep hope. But we have to do what we are called to do. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Muhirwa. The next was Honorable Nur. Then I'm heading towards conclusion of this because we have to hear from the council. Honorable Kim, where's Honorable Ambassador Fatuma? Then we find a way to conclude this item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this report or this motion before the House. Honorable Speaker, on the answer, I want to join my colleagues in thanking the Republic of Rwanda, the Parliament of Rwanda, and the people of Rwanda for the good hospitality and warm welcome that they have accorded us since we arrived in this country, beautiful country, for the last 1 week. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank honorable colleagues for having elected me as a commissioner, the shortest serving commissioner in the EAC history. Honorable Speaker,
there are very serious political leaders who serve for just a few days. We have had big examples in the recent days.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I never take it for granted. I want to thank the members for giving me that opportunity and the trust that they give me the opportunity to serve. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in supporting this motion, but if I just give few comments and observations, and I will start from page 1. Honorable Speaker, protocol spending rectification by the partner state, and the table is tabulated there. But Honorable Speaker, there's only one very critical issue that is lacking. That's the timeline, because we don't know when these protocols were negotiated and concluded, so that we can be able to compare the period where we are and why they are not rectified. That element should have been included in that report, so that at least for those who have not rectified, they can be able to assess themselves and look at this, the time that they have taken to rectify that protocols. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, on page 5, there's this contradiction about member states has not rectified a certain protocol. And then you read through the pages or through the report, and then the member state says now they have rectified that, and they even give the dates. That they have rectified this, went to the extent of saying that we have deposited the instrument. But we don't know now who is telling the truth, because obviously the issue of the protocols not pending to be rectified or having not been rectified must have come from the Secretariat. And when you go to the member states, and I should just take a reference of page 5 of Burundi, whereby they say they have rectified the protocol. Same with page 7 of Kenya on the meteorological one. They say they have rectified. The same with Uganda on page 9. They say they have rectified. It's upon the committee now to tell us who is telling the truth. Is the Secretariat or the member state which is telling the truth? Because in the recommendation, also in the conclusion, I think the committee should have guided the House that this was said, but this is the truth of the matter. And thirdly, Honorable Speaker, there's this issue of depositing authorities. How many depositing authorities where the instruments are deposited are there? I thought it's only the Secretary General which deposits the instrument of protocol or treaties or whatever in this organization. Because there's a lot of contradiction there also, whereby on page 6, EAC protocol in Rwanda. I think that one's not Kenya, but Rwanda. They are saying they have deposited the instrument with the relevant authority. Relevant authorities is what I don't understand, because I only know there's one person who receives those instruments and keep them in his custody. The other issue is about the fourth issue is about where the issue that you address, Honorable Speaker, that is the rectifications and negotiations are two different things. I think you put it in a proper perspective. That Tanzania on page 11 of the report, Honorable Speaker, number 1 and number 3, if you look at the Tanzania report, the Ministry of Transport, in collaboration with the Tanzanian Meteorological Agency, are still consulting before submitting the report to the cabinet for consideration. And if you look at number 3 of the same table, stakeholders view the opinion, the stakeholders views the opinion, and the opinions has been collected. The report is being prepared for submission to the cabinet. We thought these reports, these protocols were negotiated and agreed, and that is when it is called protocol, when it has become the protocol. So the issue of ratification and the issue of negotiation. So are we at the negotiation stage or are we at the rectification stage? There's that aspect of contradiction also in the report, which requires to be looked into. Finally, Honorable Speaker, is this aspect of the recommendation by the stakeholders on page 25, by the Tanzanian stakeholders, and on page 27 by the South African stakeholders. Are the stakeholders supposed to give recommendation or they are supposed to give opinions? Because I thought the views were collected and then observations and recommendations are the prerogative of the committee, not the stakeholders recommending. I think with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, because of time, I rest my case there, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nur. Honorable Kim.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so let me add my voice to thank the people of the Republic of Rwanda. And I will start also to thank, because I have a very good word, it's not to start with Kigali. I went to Kipo and I went to Rusumo with this those few days. So I enjoy outside of the Kigali also, Honorable Speaker. I'm man of the, I'm integrated already in the Republic of Rwanda. Honorable Speaker, let me start, and I am member of this committee. If I start, Honorable Speaker, with Article 62, Article 63 of the treaty, I may read, Honorable Speaker. It is assent to bill. The head of the state may assent to or withhold assent to a bill of the assembly. A bill that not receive assent on as provided for in paragraph 1 of the Article 63 within 3 months from the date on which it was passed by the Assembly shall be referred back to the Assembly. Right, Speaker, as my good and my senior sister, Honorable Mariam, say that there are bills which have been passed in 2009 until now are not sent by the head of the state and not referred back to the parliament. Why not, Speaker? I am on the view that part of these challenges of this community, it is on the table of the Council of the Ministers. And I may say, and I'm sure I'm very good that I have come back again to Eala 5. We are going to introduce bills that even the ministers of the Council of the Ministers must be a part of the Eala members, not just they have to sit in their headquarters and complicate everything, and they are not allowed the community to move. And because now they come apart from right, Speaker, and as you guide it, how all those bill and protocol are not assigned by the head of the state. And we know in every November and February, the summit are usually sit. But when the summit sit, all the bill that are assenting or report or any recommendation of the summit, it is recommended by the Council of the Ministers. I think our problem as a community where we're not heading, I will blame our ministers. And I think it is time now for this assembly to put our ministers into order. Although they're doing their best, but we have also to put them in order and accountability for us to move forward. Because it seems now we are talking to ourselves, we are put our energy day and night for this community to move forward. But there are some people who are sitting there, they hold everything we are doing here, and now we come and blame each other. Where the summit members are put and give the guidance that this community must move. Right, Speaker, we are heading in 2024 for one single currency. And in next 26 or 27, we are going for federation of the community. While now we are still talking about the bill, we are not assent. And the summit cannot assent the bill if the Council of the Ministers are not giving them on the time on the agenda. So, right, Speaker, why I indicate this article, if there are any challenges for the bill we pass, and the treaty are giving the framework and frame time for the 3 months, I may put it for the share of the council that all the bills from 2009 that have been passed by assembly, they have to bring back again to assembly according to the Article 63, and then we find a way forward how we can move. Otherwise, I support the report.
Finally, thank you, Honorable Kim. Ambassador Fatuma, and then the council members get ready to respond.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. At the outset, I know our speaker has already welcomed you to Kigali and Rwanda, but I also want to add my voice to welcome you, and you are happy that you are happy. We want you to enjoy the hospitality of Kigali and Rwanda. Right Honorable Speaker, my contribution will be mainly on the delays in the ratification of the various protocols. A lot was said by honorable members, but I just wanted also to emphasize that when we talk about ratification of protocols, we are not ratifying for the sake of ratifying. These protocols are the ones that are guiding integration process. So it means the moment you delay to ratify a protocol, we are delaying the process of integration, and we are denying our people the benefits that accrues to integration. I want to give an example, for example, because this issue of delayed ratification is cross-cutting. Like on the protocol on foreign policy coordination, this protocol was signed in 2010 by all the partner states. There was agreement and they were so happy because it's about cooperation at all levels within the region, beyond the region, issues of having common position as East Africans on various issues, agreeing on seconding candidates, for example, because sometimes we clash when you are East Africans, and many issues. Representation, for example, when a partner state does not have an embassy in country A, if this foreign policy coordination had been ratified, it means if Rwanda probably doesn't have an embassy in Pakistan and the probably United Republic of Tanzania has it, through an arrangement, Rwanda could ask URT to represent their interests by diplomatic interests. So it's a very important protocol. But you can imagine it was signed in 2010, so it's now 12 years, and it hasn't been fully ratified. You go, for example, to the protocol of privileges and immunities of the East African community. And you know the problems we've been having as the community because of lack of standardization in this area. It was signed again on 30th April 2015. So again, it's about 8 years. So the issues of VAT, tax exemptions of the community, privileges and immunities of persons employed in the services of the community. But I'm happy to note that the Republic of Burundi has ratified. So we'd like to urge the council really to fast track the implementation of these protocols. So really it's the council, and I want to propose to the council probably to come up with a standardized way of guiding countries on ratification, because it seems every country is doing it their own way. We know there have been standard operating procedures in other sectors. Is it possible to do it again in the area of protocols so that we can have timelines, so that we can guide countries? I think that way we could be able to fast track the process. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I have an area that will require some clarification. It is on page 17. I remember when we started our work as an assembly, we undertook on spot assessment. And some of us were in Central Corridor, but that time we only had 3 checkpoints, 3-way bridges from Dar es Salaam to the border of Rusumo. And that was really something that made us happy, because we thought it was easing non-tariff barriers for our traders, especially for Rwanda and Burundi who use the Central Corridor. This meant something. But when I look at the increase from 3 to 7, I'm getting worried. So I really wanted to get clarification. Is it the number of way bridges that have increased to 7? And if so, or it's and if it is checkpoints, what does checkpoint mean? Is it roadblocks or what? So whatever it is, there are non-tariff barriers, and probably we shall seek clarification and urge the council to look into this matter, because we want ease of doing business in our community. With that, Right Honorable Speaker, I support the report and congratulate members of the committee for a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma. Now turn to the council, ministers, council chair, and other members sitting with you, and when they wish can also help.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want at the outset to thank you very much for giving me the floor and wish to start by appreciating very much the warm welcome we have enjoyed since we arrived here in Kigali. Myself, as a politician from Burundi, this is my first time to come on duty. And I am here not only as an ex-official member of the House, but also you know that I am a minister in my country. So mine really is to say thank you. I know that as I am speaking, the government and the people of Rwanda are hearing me. We are very happy to be here. Coming back to the business, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges for the report on the status of ratification of protocols and implementation of EAC laws. In fact, the Council welcomes all the recommendations and will study them with a view to implement them. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to clarify something, especially I saw that Burundi was mentioned among the countries that had not ratified this protocol on rules and the privileges. But it's good that it has been clarified that Burundi has already ratified, and we deposited instruments of ratification. That was on 2nd of June this year. And concerning other recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker, I believe, and by the way, coming back to this issue of ratification and implementation of EAC protocols and laws, in fact, Right Honorable Speaker, as council members, this is our job. This is the work we are called to do. And basically, this is what we do. But also, I agree, there is always room for improvement, though sometimes the procedures involved in ratification or protocols involved in ratifying protocols may be a bit longer, taking into consideration the procedures in each country. What I see is that the Council
may work closely with the Secretariat so that we may have a kind of timeline that each country may follow so that we may expedite this process of ratification in every country. So in our meetings, we will try to sit together and talk about the issue, look into it, and then have the right way to expedite this process of ratification and implementation. Right Honorable Speaker, about the integration of South Sudan, we receive the recommendation, and I would call upon South Sudan so that we may come together. By the way, this was the directive of the 22nd Ordinary Summit of the Heads of State. So we need to work closely so that this directive may be implemented as soon as possible. Right Honorable Speaker, I cannot answer each and every recommendation we have received. We have taken note of everything, and the Council welcomes all the recommendations. We are going to work on them. I thank you, every member of Parliament who has given the recommendation. I thank you so much. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And I know Honorable Kim and the other members of R5 are also taking note of the promise the Council is making. Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker and the members of this August House for your contribution to the debate on this report. We as a committee appreciates your contribution and appreciates your keen look at what the committee has put together. I just want to say that I will incorporate the amendments that are made by Honorable Dr. Warder, Honorable John Cloud. I have them and we shall be able to put them together and incorporate in the report. Honorable Noor asked about the time period when these protocols were concluded. I also want to say our activity was based on protocol with only looking at one act, which is the Vehicle Load Control Act 2016. We concentrated basically on the protocols because we believe the protocols are negotiated and it couldn't take that period of time for them to be able to be rectified. Just as the speaker said, it's something that people negotiated, agreed upon. The process of rectification is what the partner state had given, but it couldn't take the period of time as it is. For instance, the protocol on immunities and privileges was negotiated and concluded since 2015. So we did not include it there. The protocol on cooperation in meteorological service was in 2016. The protocol on phytosanitary and sanitary measures was in 2013. The protocol on extended jurisdiction of the East African Court of Justice was in 2015. The protocol on foreign policy coordination was concluded since 2010. So those are the timelines for the protocols. And I also want to say that in our report on page 15, we are able to mention the protocols as of 25th of this month that are yet to be ratified. We mentioned that as of June 25th of June 2022, the protocol on cooperation and meteorological services has not been rectified by the Republic of Kenya. So Council Chair, you take note of that. It's easy for you now to approach the Republic of Kenya why this has not happened. The protocol of information technology and communication technology is by the Republic of Burundi. It's very easy. We have given you the opportunity to just pick them up, including that one of the extended jurisdiction of the South Court of Justice, plus the protocol on foreign policy, which is only not ratified by few partner states. So we have made work quite easy. And in the next, those who will be in Eala 5, we shall now look at the number of acts that have been assented to and those that are not being assented to, for us to keep a regular update of the progress in the integration of the EAC in all the partner states. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the following members: Honorable Maria Musi, Honorable Dr. Abdi Kadir, in substantia, Honorable John Cloud, Honorable James Kakoza, Honorable Francois, Honorable Francine Tazana, Honorable Dr. Wada Jeremiah, Honorable Muhirwa, Honorable Nur Aden, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, and Honorable Kim Guy for their contribution. And I was to say congratulations, Honorable Nur, to have been elected an Eala commissioner. You may follow the footstep of Liz, you know, the Prime Minister of Britain, who lived for 45 days. So you may live for 45 days as well. Thank you so much, and honorable members, enjoy your stay.
Yes, Honorable Chair, before you sit, was there a proposed amendment? So do you take it?
Proposed amendment by Honorable Warder that we should be able to say that it is not a limited capacity in the legal instrument, but rather the capacity of the staff at the Ministry of Justice of EAC, as well as there's an amendment for Jean Cloud to include in the recommendation that there is need to ensure that calibration of weight bridges is often done in order to maintain accuracy across all the EAC partner states.
And did you take them?
I take them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the assessment of the status of ratifications and implementations of EAC protocols and EAC laws as amended be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I want to join you, honorable members, to thank the committee. I think this is one of the best committee activities we have ever performed. So we have done an inventory for you to know where we stand in terms of implementing what we have agreed. Because as I said earlier, if we initiate a bill here, a private member's bill, and the partner states delay to assent to that, although there is a procedure that the Honorable was explaining, even when you are not agreeing, there is what you have to do. But that somehow can be defensible, but not ratifying the protocol you have negotiated yourselves, that one can't be explained. Yes, we really need to look at how we can correct it. Because looking at the number of protocols we have not ratified and which were initiated by the partner states themselves, it's a big percentage of the body of rules, of the laws that we need to have, the legal instruments or the legal framework we need to have as a community. It's like keeping a vehicle without fuel. I mean, we are running a regional community without legal instruments, and as critical as we have seen. So before we did this inventory, the picture may not have been clear, but now you have it. You have it. You see how long some of them have been in the shelves. So we have to find them and dust them and process them. The procedure may vary from one partner state to another, but one standard procedure of ratification is that the national parliaments get involved now to give a blessing to that international commitment that executives have negotiated with the other executives. But in practical terms, there can't be difficulties in our parliaments, because again, I believe the process of negotiation although Parliament doesn't get involved, but in most cases, you consider the opinion of different stakeholders when you are negotiating these protocols. So there cannot be a big disagreement between the national parliaments and the executives when it comes to ratification. So we hope it will be corrected. Before I conclude, I had hoped that Mr. Kafumbe, the CTC, was going to help us. There was I don't remember a member who said, maybe we don't have a framework in the secretariat to help ministers to follow up with these issues. And in my view, I think this is a responsibility of the CTC. Am I wrong? Yes, the CTC, your office is responsible to keep knocking on these doors to make sure pending matters are on the agenda of every council when they convene, especially on matters where we do not have fundamental political disagreement. It's just an issue of prioritizing. A protocol that partner states have agreed on shouldn't be delayed at the stage of ratification if you really help them and make sure that they are always abreast on the situation. So, honorable members, looking at the time we are remaining with, according to Rule 11, I don't think I needed to open up another item. I think we should go for lunch and resume after. Yes, as you know, according to our program, we shall have a special sitting tomorrow. And there is a requirement that we do rapid test, COVID-19 test. And the health officials are here in the premises, right? They are in the premises where we always conduct our committee meetings. So during this lunch break, rush there. It's a very fast process because it is a rapid test, so that it doesn't interrupt our proceedings in the afternoon. Let's go there one by one. They will be there for as long as we need to make sure that we all take our test in time, and so that tomorrow we don't get inconvenienced accessing the premises. I suspended the house. I suspended the house until 2:30 this afternoon. House is suspended.
suspended at 1. Agenda number 9, report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and the Conflict Resolution on assessing the measures instituted by the partner states for safety and the security of movement of people and the goods on Lake Victoria and the Lake Tanganyika by way of motion.
I think there is item number 8 there. There.
Agenda number 8 in the order paper, report of the Committee on General Purpose on the oversight activity to assess the progress made by the IUCEA in the harmonization of educational system in the EAC by way of motion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members. So I call upon the chairperson Committee on General Purpose to move the motion.
Thank you. I'm standing in for Honorable Dennis Namara. I beg to move a motion that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the oversight activity to assess the progress made by IUCEA in the harmonization of education system in the EAC be adopted. I beg to move.
Seconders, Honorable Nuru, and Honorable Dr. Guijema, Honorable Pamela Masai, Honorable Musamali, and all members standing. Kuria, on behalf of the Chair, you can proceed and present the report.
Thank you. I'll start straight from page 3 of the report. It's a very short report. Thank you. Introduction. The East African Legislative Assembly is one of the organs of the East African Community established under Article 9 of the Treaty for the establishment of the East African Community. The treaty bestows upon the Assembly 3 cardinal functions: legislation, oversight, and representation. The Assembly, to a reasonable extent, exercises its legislative functions through its committees. The Committee on General Purpose is mandated with, among others, on matters related to health, gender, population, and development, and the budget functions. Annex 5F of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly provides for the specific functions of the Committee on General Purpose, which include, but are not limited to, oversight of the work of the EAC and sectoral committee emanating from the following provision of the treaty, though not restricted or limited to them. A, Chapter 16, Cooperation in Development of Human Resources, Science and Technology. Chapter 21, Health, Social and Cultural Activities. Chapter 22, Enhancing the Role of Women in Socio-Economic Development and the Pre-Budget Functions. Background. According to Article 102 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, the partner states undertook concerted measures to foster cooperation in education and training within the community. Further to the treaty provisions, the 18th Ordinary Summit of the EAC Heads of States of the East African Community that took place on 20th of May 2017 declared the EAC as a common higher education area in order to harmonize and enhance the quality of education in the region. The heads of states directed the council to operationalize the transformation. The process of harmonization of higher education in East Africa constitutes establishment of a harmonized regional quality assurance system that provides for appropriate quality assurance, guidance, quality assessment tools, procedures and status, and benchmark for academic programs. To facilitate the regional integration agenda and process, particularly the free movement of human resources across countries within the region and outside, the East African partner states identified the harmonization of education curriculum, standards assessment, and evaluation of education programs as a priority. It should be noted that harmonization does not necessarily mean complete uniformity of systems, but the similarity in all the aforementioned aspects. Objective of the activity. The principal objective of the meeting was to assess the progress made by IUCEA in the harmonization of education systems, training curricula, examination, certification, and accreditation of institutions in the East African Community. The specific objectives of the activity were to assess the status of harmonization of higher education systems in EAC, the impact impact of the ongoing harmonization process, the establishment of centers of excellences at Makerere University. B, to assess the challenges facing ISEA, and C, to explore the possible interventions to overcome these challenges. Methodology. During the oversight activity, the committee held interactive meeting with the management of ISEA. It also held an interactive meeting with the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University and paid a visit to Makerere University centers of excellence, namely Makerere University Regional Center for Crop Improvement and the Center of Materials Production Development and Nanotechnology, what they call MAPRONONA. Visit to ISEA. During the visit to ISEA, the committee interacted with the management of ISEA, and the following presentations were made. Dr. Joseph Kosam, the Quality Assurance Officer, informed the committee that after the collapse of the first East African community in 1977, the three universities, namely Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, and Makerere, continued to cooperate under the umbrella of the Inter-University Committee, which in 1980 was transformed to the current Inter-University Council of East Africa. After the establishment of the EAC in 1999, ISEA was given a broader mandate of coordinating the development of higher education and research in the EAC in order to promote sustainable socioeconomic development and regional integration. The committee was further informed that the admission of the Republic of Rwanda and Burundi into the EAC in 2007 saw its higher education institutions join ISEA membership programs. The committee was further informed that the ISEA has registered upward trends in its membership due to higher education institutions in the initial EAC partner states of Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. This has brought the number of the current membership to 133, including both public and private higher education institutions. This number is expected to increase. The number is expected to increase significantly with the demand for access to higher education in the region continuing to increase, triggered by the corresponding expansion of basic education in all the EAC partner states. Conferring to the ISEA Strategic Plan 2016 to 2021, the meeting was informed that the following has been prioritized: advocating and fostering the implementation of the EAC Common Higher Education Area, establishing and implementing university leadership training programs in the region for a world-class postgraduate supervision, teaching, and learning, establishing and implementing a regional information hub for integrated higher education, advocating for a digital learning infrastructure that focuses on enhancing quality and innovation of teaching and learning in higher education institutions in the EAC, developing a regional research and innovation agenda for the higher learning institutions in collaboration with stakeholders that caters to a balance between knowledge generation, product, policy, and innovation, and also to strengthen the institutional capacity and governance of Inter-University Council of East Africa to discharge its mandate effectively and efficiently. It was noted that since 2012, IUSEA entered into partnership with the East African Business Council to ensure that the higher institutions are doing in terms of teaching, research, and innovation are getting inputs from the private sector. Furthermore, IUSEA collaborated with ESTECO to establish the Science and Technology Innovation Journal, as well as the Science and Technology and Innovation Conference. The conference provides for an avenue for disseminating scientific research and technological findings. This is also to be noted that the second conference will take place between 22nd to 25th October 2021 in Bujumbura, Burundi. With this regard to the ISEA scholarship scheme, the committee was informed of the following: the support to young talented female scientists to become future leaders. This is Eastern and Southern African Higher Education Centers of Excellence project aimed at supporting young talented female scientists to become future leaders. The support to lecturers, tutors of technical and vocational education and training institutes to study in top-class Chinese universities. These are masters, PhD, and fellowships. This is an East African skill program for transformation of the regional integration. The non-repayable grants worth euros 5 million for 5 years, which is scalable to euros 10 million. This EAC scholarship program is an agreement that was signed between the government of the Federal Republic of Germany and the EAC to offer financial support to academically skilled but disadvantaged master's students focusing on mathematics, information science, technology, or business science. Under this scheme, the first batch of 60 out of the total of 157 scholars were selected and reported, and the second batch of 60 out of the total of 641 scholars were selected, and the majority of them have already been reported. The Kundong University Scholarship, South Korea. This offers 30 undergraduate scholarships each year for 5 years. It mainly focuses on smart computing, ICT, hospitality management, which is tourism, and business administration. This scholarship targets undergraduate students, where students are financed with the tuition fee and accommodation catered by the Kundang University. BMZ, which is Germany funded scholarship, this covers tuition fees, monthly allowances, rent assistance, and financial assistance for studies and research. For studies and research is implemented by GIZ and DAD in partnership by the Inter-University Council of East Africa. The offer is for master studies in embedded and mobile system, EMOs, and the Sustainable Scholarship Program for the East Africa, acceptable at IUSEA member universities. This is where each member university waives fees for at least one student of each partner state. Under this scheme, IUSEA provides administrative and management support, while parents provide stipend for participating students. This program was approved by IUSEA during its annual meeting held in June 2019. In regard to the status of harmonization of higher education system in the EAC, the committee was further informed by IUSEA that the drive for harmonization of higher education in EAC came into force in July 2010 after the establishment of the EAC Common Market Protocol, which prompted the need to harmonize higher education systems in the community to, among others, enable the operationalization of Article 11 of the protocol, which provides for facilitation of easy mobility of learners and laborers across partner states' borders. Harmonization of higher education entails the establishment of regional systems that facilitate comparability of higher education system in the East African Community partner states. It was noted that IUSEA put in place some strategies for harmonization of higher education as follows: setting regional higher education benchmarks and standards based on national and international practices, mainstreaming the regional benchmark and standards to national and institutional system, building capacity for operationalization of the system and its sustainability, and stakeholders' participation is provided for and promoted at every step and stage of the process. The committee was further informed that during the 18th summit of the EAC heads of states in May 2017, the United Republic of Tanzania, the EAC was declared a common higher education area. The objective is to transform the EAC into common higher education area characterized by comparable, compatible, coherent, and harmonized system of higher education, thereby facilitating free movement of students, staffs, program, and institutions, and mutual recognition of qualifications. With regard to this mandate, the committee was further informed that IUSEA was to coordinate the operationalization of the common higher education area, while the Council of Ministers was to provide an oversight. The commissions and councils for higher education were to make follow-up with the higher education institutions at national levels. The committee was further informed of the East African Common Higher Education Area building blocks, which included the following: regional quality assurance systems, the East African Qualification Framework for Higher Education. This is a convergence platform for harmonization of higher education and trainings and levels of mutual recognition of qualification among the EAC partner states, thereby enabling free movement of students and labor within the partner states. The East African Quality Assurance Network for Higher Education, which is a network of quality assurance practitioners in East Africa, aimed at promoting capacity building, sharing of quality assurance practices in the region. Staff and students mobility policies, including an EAC harmonized fee structures model and the regional accreditation systems, quality-based for academic programs. The committee was informed about the objective of the African Centers of Excellence, which is to strengthen selected Eastern and Southern African higher education institutions to deliver quality postgraduate education and build collaborative research capacity in higher growth priority areas. Furthermore, the committee was informed of the project's component, which includes strengthening Africa Centers of Excellence in regional priority areas, capacity building support to African Centers of Excellence through regional intervention, which is implemented by IUSEA, Then the facilitation, coordination, and administration of project implementation, again implemented by ISEA. It was further noted that project's target was to enroll more than 3,500 postgraduate students in the regional development priority areas, out of which more than 700 will be PhD students and more than 1,000 are female students. It published about 1,500 journals, articles. It further launched more than 300 research collaborations with the private sector and other institutions, and it was envisaged that it will generate almost 30 million United States dollar in external revenue. The African Center of Excellence 2 project has made significant progress towards achieving its development objectives of delivering quality postgraduate education and building collaborative research capacity in high growth priority areas. The committee noted the following key achievements: that the regional quality assurance system, in this instance, a handbook for quality assurance in higher education, roadmap to quality, which is a user-friendly handbook meant for higher education institutions, and national commissions, stock councils for higher education in the EAC partner states. This handbook was developed based on the existing national benchmark standards and system and on international practices. The regional program benchmarks are developed based on learning outcomes, skills, and competency. These are guiding tools for higher education institutions in curriculum development and design. Tools establishing national regulatory agencies to assess the quality of academic programs based on regional standards. Promoting harmonization of the academic programs in the region and enhancing staff and students' mobility across the region. Partner states supported rendered the ISEA to enable it to undertake its mandate, and the headquarter premises for ISEA situated on 5 hectares of land in Chambogo Hill provided by the government of the Republic of Uganda. The meeting was further informed that there exists a common framework of reference guiding higher education institutions and national commission, stock councils for higher education, stock university education in developing and practicing a common quality assurance culture. The framework of reference is in line with the regional aspiration for a harmonized higher education system and international development in quality assurance. Notwithstanding the progress ISEA was making, it was noted that some of the challenges currently facing the institution were inadequate human resources. However, it was noted that the recruitment process for various positions in the EAC was ongoing. Delay in remittance of funds by EAC partner state has suffered the implementation of some tasks at ISEA. Unsettled matter relating to ISEA houses at Kololo, which is still waiting for the government of Uganda to resolve, and non-harmonization of the education curriculum in partner states. The visit to the Center of Excellence at Makerere University. The committee visited the Centers of Excellence at Makerere University, where they were received by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. Makerere hosts 2 centers, which include Makerere University Regional Center for Crop Improvement and Center of Materials Production Development and Nanotechnology. During the visit, Dr. Richard Edema, the director of Makerere University Regional Center for Crop Improvement, informed the committee of the following: that the Makerere University Regional Center for Crop Improvement, which is MACCHI, goal is to train plant breeders who can use cutting-edge science to develop and deliver improved crop varieties. That the Makerere University Regional Center for Crop Improvement, again MACCHI, research is mainly in plant breeding with a focus on 2 climatic resilience crops, that is sorghum and cowpea. Improved crop varieties results into higher production, improved food nutrition, and the center strategic area of investment include, among others, crop improvement and research, students training, staff development, seed systems program, local and regional partnership in research and teaching, and resource mobilization strategies. The committee was further informed of the benefits of the Center of Excellence to Makerere as an institution, to the nation and the continent as follows: a greater fulfillment of Makerere's mission of education research outreach in support of national and regional economic development, enhanced reputation, enhanced resource mobilization, and students recruitment, improvement of facilities, equipment that were provided by the World Bank, African Center of Excellence, and other sources, obtaining additional grants through the Makerere Regional Center of Crop Improvement, Then increased number of students that are enrolled into the Makerere Regional Center of Crop Improvement and generating income through tuition money. Developing quality seeds and educating highly skilled specialists, modeling higher education methodology, enhancing the reputation of Makerere University, and addressing food security special for rural areas that are drought prone and fighting crop diseases and Africa at large. With regard to the Center of Materials Production Development and Nanotechnology, that's called MAPRONANO, the director, Professor John Baptist Kirabira, informed the committee of the center's objectives as follows: to increase capacity of research and training, materials engineering and product development, to enhance teaching and training in nanotechnology and nanomedicine, to promote linkages among academics, industry practitioners, and policy makers, to promote research spins off for industrial development. The committee was informed that MAPRONANO had developed several innovations, including a diesel engine fully made locally in partnership with the local artisans. Master students did the engine design while the undergraduates did the production processes with the guidance from their lecturers. The committee was further informed that MAPRONANO had initiated the development of several products, including an antibacterial nano-coated cloth mask and a diagnostic rapid kit for detection of the COVID-19 virus in saliva, which is in its final stages of development. The committee further noted, the following as some of the areas of collaboration with the ESC: regional stock international accreditation and harmonization of academic programs, commercialization of innovations and spins off from the center, supporting the spec of technologies developed by the industry, and sustainability of the center beyond the World Bank project finding. Observations: the centers of excellence are largely funded by donors. Some of the concerns are whether such projects can continue to operate in order to achieve their purpose in the event donors withdrew their support. The committee observed that the improved crop varieties results in higher production and improved food nutrition and income security in the region, and there is a limited investment in research and innovation in its partner states. Recommendation: MACI, which is the Makerere Regional Center for Crop Improvement, needs collaboration with the other ESC partner states to establish more seedling banks in the region. Higher education should create platforms for the exchange of knowledge and ideas both regionally and internationally. There is need to add value to agricultural products to create more employment, increase income, leading to sustainable economic growth in the region. There is need to invest in research and innovation, partner states, higher institutions. Institutions of learning need to develop legal frameworks to break barriers to research and innovation. Universities need to develop vocational training institutes to develop skills and create employment opportunity for the youth. Makerere University should embrace Kiswahili as a language of instructions. 8. The committee observed that IUCEA provides various ESC scholarships programs. This has helped to establish an academic collaboration between universities, stock institutions within the ESC region by encouraging students to study in countries other than that of their own. The program has offered a comprehensive package, including scholarship for master's programs, internships, mentoring, networking events, and further leadership training activities. The scholarship has supported master's students in mathematics, engineering, informatics, science, technology, and business science. The committee observed that some partner states have not submitted their proposals to the amendment to IUCEA protocol, with the exception of the Republic of Uganda and the United Republic of Tanzania. The 31st Council of Ministers had directed the ESC Secretariat to submit the proposed amendments to the IUCEA protocol to the partner state for consultation. The 39th Council of Ministers directed the partner state to submit comments to the Secretariat by 31st January 2020. The committee is further concerned over the long outstanding and settled Inter-University Council for East Africa Kololo houses problem. The unresolved dispute of ownership over IUCEA 2 houses located on plot 83/85 has been ongoing for the last 20 years. The committee observed that IUCEA is mainly funded through contribution by partner states. This is augmented by contribution from member universities and grants from strategic partners. However, the remittances of funds from the partner states and the members' universities has been slow, and this has led to an accumulation of arrears and consequently delay in the implementation of various strategic interventions. Relatedly, despite the increase in the number of staff and expanded responsibility, such as the provision of technical support to the operationalization of East African Community Higher Education Area, IUSEA has been requested to operate on a zero budget increase. The committee observed that many East Africans who have completed any form of education are employed. Despite having many sectors in the region with huge employment potentials, the high skill gap is partly responsible for the high unemployment, especially among the youth in the region. The committee observed the different tuition fees for students charged by higher education in the EAC partner states. This poses a challenge in promoting cross-border student mobility in the region. The committee observed with concern the inadequate institutional visibility at national, regional, and international levels. The increased demand for higher education at national, regional, and global levels make IUSEA an important institution to support national and regional coordinated strategies for fostering higher education and research development in the region. The committee observed that IUSEA is currently implementing the staff exchange program, which involves staff moving from one institution to another for a fixed period across institutions in the partner state. The staff exchange program is a strategic intervention for enhancing sharing of information of human resources among universities in the ESC, geared toward promoting regional integration. The program further aims at strengthening inter-university cooperation through academic mobility, enhancing the quality of teaching and research, as well as effective community service activities in universities in the East African community. The committee further observed that due to the outbreak of the COVID-19, IUSEA has incorporated a system for online studies for its program. Recommendation: in view of the above, the committee would like to make the following recommendations. 1, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to fast-track the process of finalizing the amendment of the protocol for the establishment of IUSEA 2002. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to intervene and resolve the long outstanding dispute over the ownership of the 2 plots of IUSEA houses located in Kololo, Uganda. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the EAC Council of Ministers to urge partner state member universities to adopt a common fee structure model for regional students at both public and private education institutions in the region. The committee recommends the harmonization of accreditation practices in the EAC region. This will increase visibility and recognition of the higher education institution programs and promotes students and staff mobility. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to fast-track the finalization of the alternative sustainable financing mechanism to enable the EAC organs and institutions acquire sufficient funds to achieve their mission. The committee urges the Assembly to call for the rebranding of IUSEA in order to have more visibility. Further, IUSEA should expand dissemination and publicity of her activities, expand involvement of stakeholders in IUSEA activities, and establish an East African Higher Education Forum. The committee urges the Assembly to involve institutions when carrying out sensitization program in the EAC partner state. I thank you so much for listening.
Thank you once again, Honorable Mukuria, standing in for the Chair, Committee on General Purpose. Honorable members, I now propose the motion. And the motion before the House is that the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the site and the oversight activity to assess the progress made by the Inter-University Council of West Africa in the harmonization of education systems in the EAC be adopted. Debate is open. Honorable Dr. Ito, Honorable Dr. Gwijema, Honorable Odongo, Honorable Gideon.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Speaker for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the debate on this very important report. Before I start discussing the report, I want to give my sincere thanks to the Rwanda chapter and the people for their hospitality. And for those of us who have been visiting this country and
city in the last 10 years, we find it a place for reflection and then a place for learning. Keep it up, the government of Rwanda. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to start by commending the General Purpose Committee for this very informative report, which has created a lot of awareness on what Isaiah is doing, which I highly appreciate. But there are following issues that should have been addressed yesterday that really affect the educational system and the product that goes to work in our institutions. Right, Honorable Speaker, this morning, I was watching a video where President Ruto was addressing the university community. And he was concerned, and he clearly said that it's not enough to produce students or graduates, and that he would be concerned if universities continue to produce students who end up roasting maize. And his concern is not far from the truth. There are so many university graduates today who will not know the difference between maize and sorghum. And if you hire them, even to keep records, they're unable to do that. And this will not really help us if we want to change this community. So the issue of quality of education is very, very important. And if Isaiah is working on standardization, I think that need to be very quickly done. The following area is relevance. Today is a digital world. And if you go to to a lot of universities, you find them still having the same curriculum and the same materials that have been taught in the past 20 years. Also, if you look at areas like South Sudan, the focus is academics. And yet when you look around, you don't find the necessary technical people and people with vocational experience that would go around contributing to the building of roads, to building of houses, to maybe agriculture extension and all that. So relevance is very, very important. I hope that Isaiah is focusing on that, because without that, we will be having graduates, we will be having people with diplomas, but they will be very useless for our own purpose. The third is private universities. I don't know how it is here in Rwanda, but in other partner states, you find private universities operating at a substandard level. And if you look at their graduates, most of them pay a lot of money, but they do not get what they pay for. The other day, I was interviewing some graduates for a job. And these particular students happened to have graduated from a private university. When I asked her, she actually got a degree on accounts. When I asked her about what budget meant, she had no idea. It could have been a he, by the way. And then when I asked her about investment, she had no idea. It could have been a man. But these are products of private universities. And there is also another case which has been thrown out of a court in Uganda relating to Kampala University branch in Juba. This university failed to meet the qualification of being a university. So it was not registered by the Ministry of Higher Education. But because of the zeal of people to acquire education in that part of East Africa, they registered anyway.
But it turned out that the main branch in Kampala suspended it with no information to the students, and they continue to go to school, they continue to pay. In the end, the universities, the students were not awarded their degrees. So really what I'm saying here is there is need for Isaiah to really move and make sure that people and the students and their parents do not waste money on education that is not recognized, and education that will not be able to give them jobs and to become useful members of the society. It's very, very important that Isaiah also takes care of that. My conclusion is that the Inter-University Council of East Africa indeed is very inconspicuous. Many people know about the Inter-University Council of East Africa when there are scholarships, they are seeking for it. But all the other jobs, these good ones that have been reported, nobody really knows much about it. I think it's important, as the report says, these need to be repackaged and resolved. And finally, I think Isaiah, Inter-University Council of East Africa, is suffering from funding. And if, every year when you look at the budget, you'll find that there is deficit, there are arrears that are not paid to this university, either from the partner states or from relevant universities in East Africa. I'm really appealing to partner states to put their money where the future lies. The future of East African community lies in good education, preparing our youth so that they will take over from us and take our country to a height, community to a height where it is competitive with other countries in the region, but also internationally. I beg to stop here, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Ann. Honorable Dr. Wijema.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, to give me the opportunity to contribute to this important report. Before I do so, I want to join my colleague and to thank my colleagues from other partner states for appreciating the warm welcome and the hospitality of Rwanda. This is the spirit and the culture of Rwandan. And I invite you, and I hope that you can see your friends and your family next time to come back to visit Rwanda. Right Honorable Speaker, coming back to this report, I'm not a member of GP, but I do appreciate this report, and I stand up for supporting it because it is really very informative, very well elaborated, and eloquently read by the chair, Mukuria, Honorable Mukuria. Right Honorable Speaker, I use sometimes to consult and see how the education is held in different countries of Africa. And I am very impressed that we have in our region a very strong partner having strong norm in education. I have seen, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, that the first country having high-ranking university and institution is South Africa. It has almost 5 or 6 very strong universities. And the second one is one of our partner states, Kenya. Kenya, it has strong university. I have seen it has four universities, and which is very interesting, those universities are public, are not private. Starting by University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, Jomo Kenyatta University, even more university, which is located in Eldoret. And I say this is an asset for us. And we have also Makerere University, which is ranked also among 20 universities. And for those universities I have considered are 200 universities. Getting a country like Kenya having 5 or best university, I think we can get an advantage to increase the level of our university if really we implement the declaration of the head of state, what they made in 20 May. And I think, and I asked the chair of GP to check if my memory is very good. It is not in 2017, it must be 2016. And I asked the chair to check and verify. Because this declaration of the head of state, it was to see how to get quality education for development. And all the content in this declaration, it was really for getting our partner state to see how we can get a regional quality assurance framework based on certain tools and then harmonize it within the region. Right, Honorable Speaker, if I have seen this report, if we can get mobility for the staff and the mobility for the lecturer and make easiest the way to attend university by harmonizing the school fees, we can get the best by getting profit of what we have within our region, taking first the University of Nairobi and Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think what we have, we need to get ESC qualification framework for higher education. It has been done by 2015, and we can look on how the implementation can work better. Like Honorable Speaker, I don't have to say more what has been done by assessing if it can be regularly, we can get really a very good education for the development of our region. I support it, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wijema. Honorable Odongo.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to join the rest of my colleagues to register my appreciation to the Rwandan chapter for the great hospitality and indeed for the people of Rwanda for the milestone that they have achieved so far. That tells you that we as Africa can tell our own story. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is an epidemic that has hit the East African community. It's an epidemic of higher institutions of learning. There are so many, so much so that today you get a qualification from this university, and after 1 month, you can't trace where it is. And as you may remember, that there is a very famous case where there was protracted political debate in Kenya over a very popular candidate who had achieved an education qualification. And one lawyer described it as a university that is at the top of a shopping arcade in Kampala. Right, Honorable Speaker, education goes to the very heart of our social transformation. And many of you have acquainted yourselves with the story of Singapore, a country that is resource poor, but decided to focus its attention on building human capital. And that country today is one of the biggest economies that we are talking about. That just tells you how critical education is to development. Therefore, the Inter-University Council of East Africa should have all the necessary support it requires for it to be able to dispense its function effectively. I have just Googled 50 top universities of Africa casually, and you can go and Google right away now. And you'll find that the majority of the universities are in the south, in South Africa, in the north, in Egypt, in the west, West Africa. And I have seen a sprinkling of Makerere and University of Nairobi in the top 50. And yet, if you look at this report, how many universities do we have in East Africa to date? And if the Inter-University Council of East Africa, from the time it was reconstituted in 1999, and when this protocol came into place in 2010, if it can just run down and see how many universities have sprung up between that time and now, 10 years or 12 years, you'll see that we have had so many universities that have come up. But where is quality? Where is the quality assurance? It's not enough to say you have gone to school. Education is a combination. For education to be useful, you have to combine knowledge, you have to combine skills, and you have to combine tools. That's when education becomes important. In the absence of knowledge, skills, and the tools, you've just been to class. You are not educated. So the Inter-University Council of East Africa needs to tighten its belts. And it's not just the Inter-University Council of East Africa. It has to be the partner states. If we really want to tell our East African story in the way that the Singapores have told their story, then we need to focus our attention on strengthening the education sector and try to avoid these transactional decisions when we are accrediting these universities, because most of them are transactionally driven decisions. And I think it's time that this assembly and the community begins to pay much attention to the accrediting of these institutions that have become an embarrassment to our community. Curriculum. We are harmonizing our fees. We are harmonizing our standards. That you are confident that a student can move from one country to another without fear of lowering the standard of education of that student. The day we do that is the day when we shall begin to have an East African community that is producing graduates that are market-driven, that are relevant, that can cause change in our community. We have so many of these students who cannot even construct sentences. We have so many of these students who have even forgotten how to write application letters, but they carry with them certificates. And now, because the market says you must have a minimum of a master's, you are going to have so many masters that these universities are shelling out. So our assembly should come take this very, very seriously to see how we can make Inter-University Council of East Africa a relevant institution that works with the different institutions in our different partner states that monitor the performance of these universities. And if possible, we should put a moratorium on accreditation of these universities until we have assessed the level of performance of the existing ones, and where possible, propose mergers so that you have a strong, if it's a University of Agriculture, you have one very powerful University of Agriculture, which has its branches in all the partner states that have the same curriculum, is very well monitored, and the quality is the same, and produces graduates that we can export. And we can produce graduates that do something for our community. We have all the resources. All we need is the human skills and the tools to make sure that we transform our East African region. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you to Honorable Odongo. Honorable Gideon, then Honorable Chris.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in congratulating you and the chapter of the Republic of Rwanda for making it possible for us to have our plenary in this beautiful city and in this beautiful Chamber of Deputies. I appreciate the people of Rwanda for their hospitality. I have moved with some of my colleagues in the shopping malls, in other electronic shops, and we find the welcoming is not only limited to the hotels where we are living, but it is throughout the city. This is very good. This is the spirit of integration. Let me not forget to thank the Committee of General Purpose, Honorable Kennedy, who is standing on behalf of the chair, and your colleagues. You have brought in some pertinent points or issues to be discussed today, because education is a key to political, economic, social, and cultural transformation in our community. We must embrace education, and we must talk explicit to issues which we think can be able to blur our objectives, and so that we are not taken behind from our mission, that we want to see a community that is viable for all of us. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a few issues that I need to address. One is the question of having our centers of excellence being funded by donors. This is in addition to what we discussed earlier on in this August House about the Department of Peace and Security. These are key institutions that we need to be funded by our partner states, because this is where our development is coming from. So if the centers of excellence are funded from outside, if anything happened from the side of donors, don't we have to have a vacuum? If that happens, then what we achieved in terms of our regional integration? Right Honorable Speaker, as I read on page 12, issues of exchange of knowledge, issues of development of careers. I want to also emphasize the issue of the choices of specializations in our education systems, in our universities, in our colleges. Now we have two types of people. We have graduates who cannot speak neither English nor Arabic for those countries that have the two languages, and you may find graduates who cannot speak neither English nor any other language that is also used in East African community. You wonder if they cannot speak and demonstrate in terms of writing. So what kind of graduates are these? Are they going to contribute to the development of these communities? Do they have certificates than having the knowledge? And that has been adjusted by some institutions, universities and colleges that have just cropped up, and they are offering those degrees because they have known that people are looking for certificates. They don't look for knowledge, and they exploit our people. I think it is high time that the East African community address these kind of institutions so that we can achieve the quality education that we want. Right, Honorable Speaker, in my discussions with my an effort and an ability to develop the ideas of people who have special ideas and talents. I think this is something that can be emulated by the East Africans, because some people are dying down there with their ideas, and the ideas would have helped the East African community. So I think we need to appreciate, as people of East Africa, when there is an approach or an initiative or a system in one partner state, it needs to be also emulated and adapted, because this is for the benefit of the greater region. We have parents who force their children to go and take a particular specialization, especially medicine, piloting, and all this. You see your child, a daughter or a son is doing well in the university, you say this is a doctor material, this is a pilot material. Why can't they be other materials? Because it should be depending on the interest of a child, on where the child is having the orientation to be successful. I think we need to appreciate our children on their choices. We must give them the freedom to choose, and we have to be ready to develop their choices, their careers, and their specializations. Right, Honorable Speaker. I think we need to invest very much in science, technology, and innovation so that we can be able to compete with the rest of the world. The question of curriculums which are exam-oriented is something that needs to also be discussed. And also the responsibilities of parents towards education. Because children sometimes find themselves lost somewhere if the parents are not participating on the journey that they are taking. The committee has recommended on page 14 about adoption of common fees structure. Yeah, this is a challenge, because in the declaration of the Common Higher Education Area on the 20th of May 2017, East Africans have been expecting such moves, at least from the public university to start, the public universities, for us to have harmonized fees structures than to the private universities, so that you don't find yourself a foreigner in the East African community when you are studying in one of the universities. There are categories, East African, there should be East African students, there should be other international students. But if you can be an international student within the East African community in grounds of discrimination against the fees, and then you have a problem. So we need to address these kind of issues immediately so that our people can enjoy the full integration of the East African community. Right, Honorable Speaker, as to wind up on my submission, I want to appreciate the Inter-University Council, because there is one thing, the scholarship that we have seen and we have witnessed and we have experienced through our communities, through our students, which is working properly. And this has been a concerted effort and well integrated, and is transparent, and the process is so beautiful. So we admire that. I think this is one of the things we need to appreciate, but they should also be given much attention, particularly by the Council of Ministers, on things that they request for them to be able to go forward with their activities. Right, Honorable Speaker, these are the few things as part of my contribution to this important report, and I support the report.
Thank you. So, Honorable Chris, then we head towards conclusion of this subject.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Are there more members who want to debate this? Let me see how many. So advise me, because you all have a copy of order paper. Do we allow everyone, but you try to be brief? Because basically the issues we are raising are the same. So just be brief so that everyone can have an opportunity and we are able to deal with other matters as well. So Honorable Chris.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Before I proceed, let me also take opportunity to thank Rwanda chapter and Rwanda as a nation for hosting us and for showing this brotherhood and African Ubuntu. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to make a few comments. You know, there are three things I've learned in marketing. If you're in the business, you have to be a leader or a challenger, not a follower. So if you look where our region is, we're not either a leader, a follower, or a challenger once come to education. Yet, some of the members here will be my witnesses. If you go to study abroad and they meet a student from East Africa, is always on top. Then my question is, why our universities are not doing well? Yet our students who get opportunity to go to study abroad or elsewhere, they are always number one in the class. Any parent or a member who has got a friend or a brother or sisters will tell you that, because I attended some of the, you know, one of the region universities, I've seen it. Any student from East Africa is always number one. So in that matter, I just want to ask if the community can look for inter-university council so that they can heavily invest in this institution, because the backbone of our development. If you don't invest in education, then you are not investing in the future. Now, what makes the best universities? If you look, all this university Honorable George was talking about is the infrastructure, the publication, the research they are doing there. So the question is, do we have enough professors or lecturers or infrastructure which allows our students to perform? So if you are not lucky enough to be born in the better off family, your likelihood of getting better education in this region is null. So now my recommendation will be to look the infrastructure for universities. Do we have enough resources, resource centers, formerly called libraries? Do we have enough laboratories? How the state of our universities look like? So from this,
I actually didn't know that libraries have changed the
resource centers now.
So I'm left behind.
Yeah, English is improving a little bit. So now, my point was, on this recommendation, I think they must emphasize on the enough fundings for this institution, because it depends on foreign donors. Yet we want to improve our education. Why can't our partner state invest in our own institution and make sure that our future generation will get better education? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chris. Now let me pick another list, and I start with those who stood first. Then I see Honorable Susan, Honorable Mnya, Honorable Gabriel, Honorable Thomas, Honorable Pamela, Honorable Mary, Honorable Sophia, Honorable Muhirwa. I know you, Honorable Order, you know the formula I have used. You can understand it. Yes, good. I've started with those who have not spoken first.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to also add my voice and appreciate our colleagues from the Republic of Rwanda for the warm hospitality we've received since we came in a week ago. And I would also like to appreciate the Committee of General Purpose for this noble job they performed on behalf of the Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to support the report of the Committee on General Purpose. I'm not a member of this committee, and I would proudly say that they did a good job, though I would still say they would have done better had they been given sufficient time and resources to perform this function. In this report, they have made reference to only one university, which is Makerere University, and yet we have a ton of them. So that shows that they had room to consult even further so that we have a richer report, but it was not possible. Right Honorable Speaker, wherever we've been across the region, we've been asked how far we've gone with the harmonization of the ESC education system and training curriculum. Because this process started way back, actually started in 1998. Up to today, in 1998, I was in, I would not say the class, but I was so far in my education compared to today, and we are still grappling with the same thing, which is harmonization. The East African community actually had very good intentions because it was important for us to harmonize our curriculum, our education systems, our certification, and accreditation of institutions. It was a very good idea. But when it takes so long, it loses purpose, Right Honorable Speaker. I would appreciate the partner states so much for striving to educate the citizens and fighting so hard to implement the Sustainable Development Goals, which are now the Sustainable Development Goals at that time, when they had to really honor the issue of free education in all our partner states. Really appreciate them on that. But I would also still note, Right Honorable Speaker, that education in some of our partner states is very costly. That many East African citizens can no longer afford the cost of education. I met with a team in Arusha, and when we had a discussion about the education system and the amount of money you have to pay right from kindergarten, it was a shock to all of us who were in that meeting, because the fees is becoming too much. It's becoming impossible for the parents to cope up with. And I think this is one area where we really need to urgently come and harmonize the issue of school fees. I'll appreciate my country, Uganda. At least they have done something to try and keep the school fees low, though a lot more needs to be done. Right, Honorable Speaker, if we are to facilitate free movement of human resource, we really have to look into issues of education, looking into the standards of education as our priority. Every time we talk about harmonization of our education systems, we are always told that the issue is the financial constraints. This has become a continuous excuse. We appreciate the issues of financing, but why aren't we doing anything about this financing? And I'll throw this direct to council. The issue of financing has been a song in this community. Every organ and institution of ESC is decrying the financing. Council sits whenever they wish to sit, and they have never gotten this issue out of the way. Council, why can't you just put the issue of funding to an end? We've had several proposals put in place for the East African community to adopt, but we don't do anything, and we keep saying these are the same problems. When it comes to financing, every time we've met IUCA, they've been complaining about the same thing. that even the little that is supposed to come from partner states doesn't come in. They usually get like 60% of their remittances. And then they have to really struggle and maneuver with that. I understand that even the universities that are supposed to pay membership, because of the COVID situation, they are no longer able to pay their dues. And our people urgently want to see the fruits of this harmonization. So it's high time Council finds a permanent and quick solution to the issue of financing. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's also still embarrassing that in ESC, as my colleagues have said earlier, we still have international students who come from our own partner states. And they're still being charged higher tuition fees in our universities. This is conduct unbecoming. How are we going to preach this integration when you're not even able to meet the bare minimum, at least in terms of even school fees? Let's leave the talk. We have all these things on paper, but we are not practicing. We really have a lot of questions. Every time we go to the universities, people are asking why actually this integration thing still exists, because they are not seeing the benefits, right, Honorable Speaker? Allow me also to add the fact that we should not overlook the issue of the quality of education. As we harmonize, we should look at the quality. We are having a system whereby our students just have to cram and then pass. We are not going practical. We have graduates who do not have any skills. They just have the theory, but when it comes to practical skills, they have nothing. This is one other area that we must look at. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, I remember in 2011 or 2012, the ESC Sectoral Council on Education, Science and Technology and Culture, when they sat in Bujumbura, they made some commitments. They resolved to harmonize the education calendar. They resolved to harmonize the core subjects, the years of study, the number of study hours, subject content in all levels of education in our partner states. Council made very good resolutions. 10 years down the road, we are still struggling. Nothing has been implemented. You can find doctors in ESC whereby some of them have studied 5 years, others have studied 4, others have studied 7 years, and we are in the same region. And we have all those good resolutions of council on paper. You find engineering students, some have studied 3 years, others have studied 4 years, but we have a resolution on our shelves. I think it's high time even council follows up their own directives. Council decided to heap all these powers on themselves. They're the oversight body, they're the implementers, they're everything. And in fact, for me, this calls for council to really relook at the size. I'll take the information.
Yes, okay. Honorable Makame.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank Honorable Nakauchi for allowing me space 1 minute information. Mr. Speaker, in December 2019, your house, the East African Legislative Assembly, resolved to have the Council of Ministers submitting to this August House progress on implementation of the integration, on implementation of the treaty or the protocol, on implementation of the projects and programs, on implementation of the summit decisions and its very own decisions. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, this assembly took note that these decisions are being made and are not being implemented. And we thought we can help the council by monitoring and evaluating so that the council on the floor agreed that they'll be tabling such reports, but none has been tabled to date, Mr. Speaker. I beg to inform my colleague. Thank you. Okay,
the information I think is taken by the member on the floor, but also the council. They will have to tell us how they have been implementing that.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Makame. I actually take that information very serious, and I hope council is going to be able to answer that. Right Honorable Speaker, apparently it appears there is entrenched national interest in all our partner states when it comes to issues of harmonization of the academic, the education systems and academic curriculums. Still in that sectoral council meeting of education, there was a critical issue that was deferred. We've been decrying of the standards of the universities we have in the region. The matter which was deferred by council was it was a plan to transform the IUCA into a regional body, which would grant accreditation to the universities. And there is no doubt that the IUCA has capacity to do that. But for selfish reasons, Council of Ministers could not even agree on this very small matter that would take our education system ahead. And that's why we have lukewarm graduates. I would call upon Council to revisit this and cede these powers to IUCA. We establish this organ of the community. We should have trust in them to perform this important task on behalf of the community. I submit and support the report of the committee. Though one more proposal, a recommendation, we'd like to request for a roadmap from Inter-University Council on harmonization of standards to allow for the recognition of EAC degrees in all EAC partner states. Because it's apparent, even if you have a degree in one partner state, you cannot go and work in another, they will not recognize it. Even lawyers, you have a degree in law, even just the bar course. If you've done a bar course in Uganda, you cannot practice in Kenya unless if you've done a bar course in Kenya. So this is something maybe we should take on board urgently.
Thank you very much. The chair will consider that. The next member whom I had mentioned. I want to confess I didn't take the list. Oh.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
First, also, I have to join my colleague that the warm welcome we received in this country, Rwanda, is fantastic. We really appreciate the way they received us, and we have seen the really development. Mr. Speaker, to be short, that I support this report in advance, but also there were a lot of many things to be informed in detail. And as far as the education system, since May 2017, when the summit declared that East Africa is a common higher education area, and the system we are following yet in East Africa, unfortunately, is almost like a colonial system. It has been argued by some people, because so far, I remember very well, there was a time in Tanzania when the late Minister Abrahaman Mohamed Babu was not in proper situation with the late Mwalimu Nyerere regarding the situation that should we invest in industrial since those days. And when Mwalimu said, no, we have to educate our people in order that we will invest ourselves, these mineral resources will harvest ourselves. And they were in contradiction. And Babu told Mwalimu, I remember that according to literatures, that no, we have to invite people to come here and invest. We have to build the heavy industry today, and our people will read through that. And that was a contradiction, and the Babu had to somehow to go out, to run away the country. But my point here is, since those days to date, according to our education system, and I hope not only in Tanzania, but for the whole East Africa region, yet we are not able really to have the really know-how. That means the education system we had, or we are having, is the education system which we inherited in one way from the colonial system. Mr. Speaker, I mean that you can be the witness that before during colonial system, the university situation in East Africa, it was located in a special way, such that those who are taking low degrees, they were in Dar es Salaam. Those from health, maybe in Kenya, and engineering, some other places. So what we have learned, people are benefiting from those. But today, we have really number of universities. We have about 14 universities in Rwanda. We have about 48 universities in Kenya, about 43 Tanzania, about 43 in Uganda, about 10 in Burundi, Congo more than 29, 30. But still, the situation of education, which we differ a lot. Now, the harmonization which was meant in our East African rules, or is yet to be observed. So there is a need of enacting law. At least there must be some of the universities in the region which should have a similar curriculum, and the quality of education you should observe as similar. At the moment, we will be presenting reports many times, but if we leave the situation as it is, nothing will change. Yet, there are some other things we really pray that we should have something in common, harmonize these laws, but yet we are very far to go. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that we really need, as legislatures, to do something by enacting laws and then to see and to follow the system or the procedure in every country to follow. So there really a research work should be done in order that we come to the same goals, what we mean.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker. Point of information. Point of information to
Honorable Munya, I think you have finished your debate. You can still take information if you want.
We can have information for the benefit of all, but
Thank
I have
you.
done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Engineer Munya, for accepting information. Honorable Speaker, as I listened to Honorable Munya, he's mentioned a very important issue that I was also looking at as I was analyzing this report, and I want to give him because when you look at the objectives of the committee work on this particular report, the first key objective is to assess the status of harmonization of higher education system in the EAC, the impact of the ongoing harmonization process, the establishment of the Center of Excellence in Makerere University. While the committee has done a good job in terms of establishing in the content of the report the progress, when you come to the recommendations of the committee, there is lack of anything that mentions with regards to harmonization of this. I therefore want to give two recommendations to Honorable Engineer Munya so that he can be able to forward it to the chair. Number one being the committee recommends to council the fast tracking of the achievements of the EAC Common Higher Education Area as per the May 20th, 2017 Summit Declaration. And secondly, the committee urges council to table an annual report with regards to the IUCEA progress in the harmonization of the higher education system in the EAC. This report should be tabled in Eala for tracking progress in this regard. Thank you, Honorable.
So, Honorable Engineer, you are taking the information.
I can take the information, but also on top of that, the really research work needed to be done more than that in order to know the really difference in all universities system education in the region. And then we can incorporate on what he said.
And you are also asking that the committee chair considers that, right? Okay, thank you. Honorable Gabriel Alak.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me first thank, the Republic of Rwanda for the warm reception, or for the usual warm reception we get. We were invited in 2014 by the RPF with my colleague there, Honorable Dr. Ann, and my other colleagues. So we got a warm reception and we were taken to the countryside and saw what the government was doing at the countryside. But this time, I really also thank them very much for the warm reception we got and from our colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, now this is a very important report because it is dealing with a fundamental problem we have in Africa. Now, this report is anchored on chapter 16, Cooperation in the Development of Human Resource Science and Technology. And chapter 16 in our community is cut off by 3 institutions. That is STACO, East Africa Technology and Science Commission, and then East Africa Inter-University Council, and then Kiswahili Commission. These are the ones dealing with education. But our problem in Africa is education. The education system we have is the one producing wrong leaders. The education we have is the one not making us develop. So when we are dealing with this issue, we have to be serious. We are not less intelligent than some of those developed countries, but we are intelligent enough. But the educational system, I agree with Honorable Munya, that the education system is the education system of the colonizers. That's not the education they have. That's not the education. The education people have to focus vocational, polytechnic, technical education. And the government must allocate money. If you write a book now in English, how many people will read it? People are just on the smartphone and all this. Will anybody read these little books? So our problem is education. But then this is captured very well here in 20th of May in the meeting of the summit. They have said the head of state directed the council to operationalize the transformation. Now, this one is dealing with higher education. What about education at the grassroots? Who is dealing with it? It is. I don't think that Istako is doing it well, or Kiswahili Commission is doing it well. If we don't focus on education at the grassroots, from nursery, and then we come and take it from the top here, and then we say we are doing something. What is it?
It is actually part of that mentality that we inherited. We think education is all about universities.
Yes. So in this situation, I'm questioning really, how are we dealing with the education at the lower level? When we come and pick it up from here. And then the report talks of the progress made by the Inter-University Council for East Africa and the harmonization of education systems in the EAC. It is not harmonization of education. It is harmonization of education at the higher system. So it has to be amended even. Because it is not doing, it is not harmonization of education system in the whole East Africa at the lower level. So now, what I'm asking, and I'm really asking the council, that you have been authorized to really operationalize this transformation. It must be put to work so that you really go to these various countries of East Africa and go and ask them, what is your education at the lower level? What is the curriculum? How is it working? Because the students that you are going to get from that country and you come and bring them to the universities here, this is what was being said by some of my colleagues, that some of them, they cannot write good sentences. They cannot do anything. So I am really questioning the way we are handling education. And if we give it to a university council and Istako and Kiswahili alone, we are not going to move an inch. So I'm asking the council, please really operationalize this transformation so that it goes to the grassroots. In 2018, we attended the parliamentary session in Uganda. The Speaker of the Parliament, in the presence of President Museveni, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, said fake degrees are being produced on those streets. She mentioned the streets. Yes, they are being produced there, and they are being used even in South Sudan and elsewhere.
They are producing it for the region.
Yeah. As Honorable Odonga said before, that the university has to ask the partner state, because partner state has to be also very active to see into it that this thing does not happen. So I think even this report, the acting chair was boasting before that was a small one. Even you don't have the table of contents here. So you do not take it even serious, you the committee. The table of contents is not here. They just wanted to finish with a small one. This is not a topic that has to be taken just simply like this. It is a serious matter. I have been to some of the countries in Europe. I was in Holland in 1982. The kind of education they have is not the one we have here. Our education was meant to work in the offices, to be an officer in the army, in the police, and all this. That's it. So people want degrees from universities. But what do you do with it? Even South Sudan, that got independent recently, there are people moving with degrees on the streets. They are not getting work. So you need to create education that really fits into the kind of industry, the kind of production you are going to do. So I'm asking that we take this question of education seriously, and we need to get funding by all means, so that the inter-university, or we create another institution so that it goes to the grassroots in the various countries to check what kind of education they are holding. Because if we don't do this in Africa, we will never do anything. So it is education that produces good leaders. Our problem in Africa is leadership. And you get it from education. So I think we need to be serious on this issue. We wouldn't just be talking here, saying many good things and all this, without addressing this question of education. It is our problem in Africa. In Europe, in Germany, why they always avoid recession is that they target technical education. Because if you teach a child carpentry, mechanics, some kind of technical education, it can get work tomorrow. But if you just develop, people want to do PR and all these kind of things, this cannot happen. So I'm recommending to the Council of Ministers, and I'm also trying to register in this assembly that let us really address our education system very well. Let the Council of Ministers operationalize this transformation that was directed to them by the heads of states in 2017. And I think we are going to move forward. Otherwise, we will not have any future. We'll continue to go to hospitals in Europe, in the Middle East, and forget about hospitals in these places. Well, I support the report, despite with an amendment that you have to talk of the harmonization of higher education, not education here. That thing has to be amended. And you have to put a table of contents. So, but I support the report. Thank you.
You support reluctantly. Thank you, Honorable Gabriel. I remember all of you. I have you on my list. Honorable Thomas, then Honorable Mary will follow.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance to also add my voice in these important reports. First of all, I would want also to add my voice in thanking our colleague from Rwandan chapter for their warm welcoming of us when we have arrived Kigali here. Again, I would want also to add my voice in also appreciating the work done by the Republic of Rwanda in terms of development of infrastructure and other important development, because during our weekend, we were able to move and interact with the public here. So the Republic of Rwanda is actually a sampler which the rest of our member state can invest on. I would want to also emphasize into two important things, although my other colleague have spoke about them. All our developmental projects are governed by resources. And that comes in this issue of the financial sustainable financial mechanism is very important. And we need to invest on it. And I'm actually urging the council again to look at it and take it into account that let's have a system of getting resources so that our institution do discharge their work. This is very important indeed. Again, we want to emphasize in the issue of the implementation. The implementation, it is what dragging us back. We develop so many reports with good recommendation, but when it comes to the implementation, we have a problem there. And that comes in, would want to add my voice because the Council of Ministers who are actually sitting with us don't actually interact with their Council of Ministers in our capital, because they are expected also to deliver a quarterly report so that our capital are aware of what we are doing at this level of the EAC headquarters. They need to strengthen that their duties. The other thing which is also very important is, which is mentioned in one of the recommendation here, is the Inter-University Council would want also to be given resources so that this element of dissemination in disseminating their activities into the EAC institution is very important, very crucial indeed. So I would want this recommendation to at least get a place so that the work of the Inter-University Council is known to to the region. Finally, I would want also to emphasize on the issue of the land dispute into this institution. It has been coming to our report in so many times, but there has never been a solution into it. In this regard, I would want to also urge the council members, at least to put this one into an end, so that the institution own its premises and discharge its work. Final Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker, I support the report. And finally, I thank the chair and the members of the GP for this good report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mary Mugen.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity and add my voice to the voices of many who have thanked the Republic of Rwanda for the good hospitality, the warmth we have received in your beautiful country. We continue to feel welcome, comfortable wherever we are. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us and bringing us to Kigali, because this is the first time we have convened here. We appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by thanking and appreciating the report and the relevance of the topic by the General Purpose Committee. So, Speaker, I also have a few comments to make. First and foremost, it's relevant because without harmonizing our skills and training, the common market protocol will not receive proper implementation. Because if I cannot go with my Makerere University certificate and easily be recognized in Burundi by the system, it means that I cannot operate there, and the other way around. That can apply to any. So indeed, this is a very relevant topic that we are discussing this afternoon. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I have like two issues also to emphasize. First and foremost, what are we harmonizing? The issue of quality is very important. As far as I recall, the purpose of education, the philosophy behind education is train and skill mainly young people to grow up and be responsible citizens that can function and properly contribute to the well-being, development, whatever of their countries. What I have found really a spoiler today in many of our education institutions is that we have commercialized education. In other words, our countries have moved from the whole philosophy, the purpose of what education should be for, to actually accrediting institutions that are driven by profit-making motives. That is why you find that you have universities accredited operating indeed in malls, on top of the mall, without proper structures, without proper well-trained staff. So really the whole motive of making money, if EAC through the Inter-University Council can address the issue of accreditation of institutions of higher learning that are driven by not profit making. And if you really look at universities worldwide that function well, and you can Google, most of them are either public universities funded by governments for the purpose of training citizens of those countries. Secondly, many of them are also owned by foundations, for example, foundations that are working in the interest of many of the population.
but not individually owned universities. Now you have like 1 or 2 people really starting universities and operating them. So I'd like to emphasize the fact that it's important for the Inter-University Council as the overseer of education in EAC to seriously deal with the commercialization of education in EAC. And of course, the other issue is to emphasize the relevance of the harmonization. Yes, we are harmonizing education, but how relevant is this education to us? Are we copying and pasting from the more developed world and maybe former colonizers? We are really adapting our curriculums and training to the needs of our population and the growth and development of our countries. And I want to agree with the Honorable Alak, who talked about starting from down. I would like to urge the Inter-University Council to go beyond universities. And in future, and I know this report was about universities, but I think in future, we need to recognize the fact that education starts from down. It really starts early. You form even the mentality, the thinking, the capacity of a young person from a younger age, so that by the time they reach university, they actually can be trained into skilled individuals, citizens of the EAC. So when you look at many of the universities and those that are doing very well, actually, which are ranked high, I think we need to scrutinize further and say, where are they doing well? In what? In research and publication in which fields that are relevant to the EAC? Is it in agriculture where we have a comparative advantage and where we still are? Is it in mining that is now, all of our countries? Is it in tourism where we have an advantage? Where are we actually putting our emphasis? I would like to also mention something about funding. One of the problems that we have is that we don't determine where the money, the budget that goes in funding education, not entirely. You find that most of our countries, a bigger percentage of our education funding is funded by the donors. And you know what that means? It actually means that they would choose the areas they want and they will not prioritize the areas that are more relevant to our countries. So if the Inter-University Council, again, can lead this drive to ensure, to urge, and I would like to urge the Council of Ministers to look into this. Who is funding the education systems in the EAC? Who is responsible? And because if you are not in charge of the funding, you cannot really be in charge of the system because you are not a chooser. You don't choose. So I would like to end, Right Honorable Speaker, by 2 recommendations. I would like to amend recommendation 4, which is talking about accreditation, that it should be not only by the Inter-University Council of EAC, not only just overseeing it, but actually to ensure that the EAC Inter-University Council is part of the accreditation. Maybe if we put more steps, more hurdles, more standards to pass, that probably will ensure that all the universities are accredited to the same level. Not just going to your Ministry of Education to get accreditation, but also making sure, because these are really serious higher institutions of learning, that the Inter-University Council for East Africa has accredited it in recognition of the fact that we want to be able to implement the EAC Common Market Protocol. Then another one, I would like to recommend that a higher percentage of funding for education in our partner states, this goes directly to the Council of Ministers, is from our national budgets, so that we have more guidance and influence on the kind of education that we are funding. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. And I want to remind those who are proposing amendments to always put it in writing for ease of reference by the chair. Honorable Muhirwa, then Honorable Woda. But are we really going to finish this? Honorable Muhirwa first.
Yeah. Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker.
You can always consider if it's a repetition of what has already been said. You can always reconsider whether you really.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I want to confirm that I'm a member of JIT committee. I'll be too brief because I have a lot contributed to this report. This report contains my contributions. So I want to emphasize on two small issues. Before I go to the subject matter, let me thank the Inter-University Council because by the time we were visiting this institution, we were quite pleased on how they undertake and exercise their mandate. They may take my gratitude, the leadership and the entire institution. And coming back to my point, one is about science, innovation, and technology. Right, Honorable Speaker. Inter-University Council, with its mandate, it's a single route that we have to pass through so that our universities excel in as far as innovation, science, and technology is concerned, and compete on the international market with other worldwide universities. Coming back to innovation, recently, during the period of COVID, the worldwide was hit by this strange animal, COVID. And, you know, we had to beg for kits from here and where, from West, whereas we had universities which can do on the place some kits that may help our people at ESC level. And I want to congratulate Makerere University, together with University Council, but especially Makerere University, they came up with a certain product commonly known as COVIDX. This product, hearing from witness from here and there, people were proud that sure, this COVIDX has helped much the citizens of Uganda. And even outside Uganda, and I know some colleagues from Uganda have been persuading us, you know, COVIDX has been helping. Yes, and this came from the mouth of the professors of Makerere University by the time we were interacting with them. And right, Honorable Speaker, today, when you consider what is happening in our communities, cancer is developing. Children, they are with cancer. Cancer cases are too many in health centers. Why? We ask ourselves several questions. Why this kind of cancer? Diabetics. It is common in children, in old people. Why? Is it because of what we're eating? So it's high time the Inter-University Council, universities, and the Standards Bureau come up close and together and assess the agro inputs that we are using in our agriculture. Because maybe, I am not confirming, maybe these agro inputs we're receiving from here and there from West, they may be dangerous. Even the crops we're using, GMOs, we have to assess. And we have the pioneers, who are there to help us. They are those professors, those highly skilled people of our universities. Please, we beg so that our universities, together with Inter-University Council, it's high time they have to stand up and mitigate and alert so that indeed we prevent our people from consuming.
Point of procedure, Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, yes.
Honorable Speaker, maybe my colleague, Honorable Muhirwa, needs to relook at the mandates of IUCEA, because I think the point he's making is a very important point, but that point needs to be made to the East African research. It's called the one which is actually the Research Commission. Thank you very much. The East African Research Commission, which actually happens to be in Bujumbura. I strongly.
You mean health research?
The health research. The health research. East African Health Research Commission, which is in Bujumbura, should be ideally the institution that should undertake what you are proposing. It's a very important point you're making, but I don't think it is for IUCEA. Thank you.
I think it's more a point of information than it is a procedural point. So are you taking it?
Yeah, thank you very much. I take the information. But again, you know, these kind of issues are cross-cutting because not only Health Research Commission, but also University Council and Science and Technology, they can all together work together and generate something special to help our people. To end, I want to come up with another recommendation as for Kiswahili language in our community. Right, Honorable, we citizens of EAC, we have been gifted by the Almighty God with this blessing called Kiswahili language in our community. Kiswahili is spoken in URT, in Burundi, in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Kenya, and South Sudan. It is very easy that we can help our people knowing Kiswahili. Yes, I know that we have Kiswahili Commission, which has been mandated to just fast track and help so that Kiswahili be utilized by our communities in a special way. We want to advocate so that IUCEA in University Council also urges and helps universities so that this language, Kiswahili, be a language of instruction. Right, Honorable? We are using languages of our colonizers. It is not bad. It's okay. But we have to wake up. When you go to study to Russia, before you start your studies, you have to learn Russian language. When you go to China, if it is not 2 years, it's 1 year. You have to learn Chinese. Germany, the same. What if we wake up and say, let Kiswahili be a language of instruction within our community? Today, Kiswahili is being used in African Union. In South Africa, Kiswahili has been adopted to be used in schools. Yes, here in EAC, we are using it in schools, but in a special way, we want to advocate so that Kiswahili be utilized as a language of instruction. It's a pride of ours, so let's advocate for this language to really help our people of EAC. I raise my case.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mhirwa, Honorable Woda, then Honorable Pamela, and Honorable Sophia. I know they will not take long. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will be very brief. Of course, this is a very important report. I want to thank the General Purpose Committee and also Honorable Kennedy, who is standing in for the chair of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, as we have seen, the mandate of the Inter-University Council is very important, especially the strategies which they put for harmonization of the higher education system. And as said by some of my colleagues who spoke before me, before we think of harmonizing the system of the higher education, I think it should come from the lower sections, the general education, then we harmonize the higher education. And these strategies are very, very well put in place, but I was surprised that this very important institution was asked to just operate on a zero increment, which cannot really make them to fulfill this mandate. Right Honorable Speaker, from this juncture, I would like to urge the Council of Ministers to really consider this institution. If we want a good higher education for our partner states, we should increase their budget, because for the development of the nations, the higher education is very important. The other thing is, which caught my interest, is this called Makerere University Regional Center for Crop Improvement. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are proposing in the Committee of Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources an activity to study and know about the GMOs, which is really becoming controversial. I don't want to give any statement about them, but if we have a center of excellence, which is within our own, one of our partner states, which is training the plant breeders on how to improve the crops, I think this is very important that we include one of the professors from this center of excellence, so that he or she can be a part of this very important activity which we are going to undertake, because frankly speaking, Africa is being undertaken and disadvantaged by many products. I don't want to mention from where, but we are being forced to take some of the seeds which cannot generate seed to be replanted. And some of our original seeds, which are really very strong, are being taken over by other countries. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like finally just to add on the recommendation for an amendment, which read as just to recommend to fast track the harmonization of the higher education system and curriculum, so that you ease the accreditation, because if the system are not the same, you will ask the students who is coming from South Sudan or who studied in Kenya to get some more hours or some more courses which he or she didn't take from the other partner state. The cause is that because of the curriculum is not harmonized. So if we harmonize the curriculum, the hours of the courses, this will ease the accreditation. We get a lot of problem in accreditation because the systems and the curriculum, they are not the same, not only within the East Africa, but to make it worse, when our students, for example, medical students goes abroad, they're being asked to study again, because what we are studying in our universities, and I'm sorry to say this, sometimes it's a history of education. So we need to upgrade our education. We need to put a lot of innovation and use technology in our education, so that our students are not taken advantage of, so that they waste most of their years is studying what they are supposed to be studied if the curriculum is being set correct from the beginning. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit. I wanted to speak more because this is a subject which is dear to me, but
thank you for choosing not to speak more. Honorable Sophia, is it Pamela or Sophia who comes first? Okay, Pamela first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to extend my appreciation, as my colleagues have done, with this good hospitality we're receiving from the people of Republic of Rwanda. And for me specifically, I'm really enjoying the green environment, green city of Kigali, because I'm sure most of you know that environment is my passion. So this is my appreciation to the government of Rwanda of the good initiatives they are doing. And I just want to inform this House also, Rwanda was mentioned among the first countries in Africa who are just leading towards the implementation of climatic adaptation and resilience, which is the global movement. Mr. Speaker, I want also to declare that I'm a member of General Purpose Committee, and I would like to lament on top 2 points. The first one, we've seen under observations that there is a delay in the implementation of the very strategic interventions by the IUCN. And this is because IUCEA is receiving the very receiving the funds from the university and also the partner states, where we all understand that it's because maybe this IUCEA is not visible, or the partner states are not appreciating the role of IUCEA. And also the other universities who are supposed to submit their remittance, they are not appreciating also the movement which is being done by the IUCEA. So my recommendation here is we need to put more sensitization programs which will emphasize the role of IUCEA, which will be done by the assembly and by also the EAC institutions, which will be will be done in collaboratively, because we know as the parliament we have our role, but the institutions, they have also their role to implement all the projects under the EAC. Another point which I wanted to put in order, Honorable Speaker, is the issue to do with all the innovation, all the initiatives which are being done by our centers of excellence. We have seen this Mapronano. We have also other initiatives which are being conducted from our universities. For example, Sokoine University has a lot to do with the community. So I think it's high time now to buy this idea of focusing to the interests of the EAC community. We really need to put more efforts to look at the interests on where our education system can capture, so that at least whatever is being provided or any initiatives which is coming from our own institution be utilized effectively. By saying this, Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much for the brief intervention. Honorable Sophie.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, to give me the floor. First of all, I declare that I'm a member for GP. I got time to learn much from this report. The other thing that I'd like to say, Right Honorable Speaker, is just to inform you that here in Kigali, we are in good hands. We've got warm hospitality from the Rwandese in general, and our Rwandan colleagues in particular. What I want to say about this report, Right Honorable Speaker, is just to come on the point 6, on the recommendation number 6, which talks about that universities need to develop vocational training institutes to develop skills and create employment opportunities for the youth. Right Honorable Speaker, vocational trainings are very important because they give students chance to get practical experience. Practical experience in their chosen career. Because when a student gets chance to move from his place to the other with purpose of changing experience, learning from others, for sure we are improving our knowledge by learning from others. So that student will gain much because he will be leaving his place, his school, having already some knowledge, having his own experience. When he goes to that place, he will get additional, he will improve what he knows already from the students who are in that environment. And then with that experience will help that student to even get a job, even when he will be still in school. And this will be good also for the government. You know, Right Honorable Speaker, I am I'm sure, I can say that I'm sure any government of this region will be able to give job to all the youth who are graduating today. They need to know, the government needs to have some students who are so creative, who can be able to create their own job, not staying at home waiting for the job that will be given by the government. So in that case, then, if the Council of Ministers, in cooperation with of course, the IUCEA, maximize or add funds in this sector so that they will get money to allow these vocational trainings. I think even in other governments, this is good, but the barrier is that maybe they may not have enough funds to do to send students abroad. Then the only barrier for this is just funds. They have to think how they can have maybe a regional fund for this career, for this sector, so that this will help our learners, our students, to get chance to learn from abroad, because it will also reduce jobless youth, because they may even do their own job using what they will be learned from others, from outside. Right, Honorable Speaker, I stop by here and I thank you so much for giving it the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pamela. I think we can conclude in the remaining minutes. Council of Ministers, there is a lot on your table. There is a lot on your table since morning. We are reminding the council what they should have done and which they haven't done yet. Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you once again for giving me the floor. And I wish to sincerely thank all members of Parliament who have intervened on this report. It was indeed a very rich debate, such that a lot of important ideas have been shared. And there is nothing I can do as the Chair Council other than saying that we share the same sentiments on this issue. Some of the ideas, relevant ideas, have been shared, especially I was touched, but also it made me to think a lot when Honorable, sometimes I call him the big lawyer from Uganda, because I may forget his name, but I know him as a very good defender. So he talked about epidemic of higher institutions. This is what is happening all around our region, in our countries. We have so many universities, not even universities, secondary schools. Honorable from South Sudan, he said, why are we now dwelling so much in higher institutions, but we do not start from down, from primary school, secondary school, before we get to these universities. And this really makes sense. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think this issue of empowering, trying to work again on our educational systems in our countries, in our region, I think we need to work on it. We need to plan for it and do some exercises, because there are other countries that are ahead of us. Why can't we take advantage of the experience they portray? So, as the chair, I will bring this issue to the council and other recommendations you have given. If I can answer every item that has been mentioned, I believe we will spend hours and hours here. But, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that all the recommendations you have given, they make sense, and the council will sit down, look into these recommendations, look into the ways to implement them. That's what I can say. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chair, maybe you can move a motion under Rule 11 so that you can conclude in harmony. Okay, before you do, I'm coming to you, Professor. Can a member move a motion under Rule 11?
Yes.
About Rule 11.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move a motion under Rule 11 that will extend our time.
Yes, the motion is
until such a matter is disposed.
The motion is for extension of time. Seconder? All right. So those in favor that we extend time until we finish this particular item, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Before you come in, Chair, Honorable Minister, I think on the part of members, I have concluded.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes. It's Honorable Minister, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I want to thank honorable members for this contribution. But first of all, let me welcome you to Kigali. I think it's not overdue or not too late to welcome you home. I've been in your country, so it was fair enough also to come to my country, and I hope you get the best from my country and our country. Honorable Speaker, I want to contradict my chair. But at this moment, I want to speak as a teacher, because I'm a teacher anyway, on this motion, which I find very dear. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about a very serious issue here. In fact, the most serious issue that we can debate as East Africans. And we are talking about an issue that affected us, will affect our children and those coming after them. Honorable Speaker, all of us were educated in this house, but we educated in a system that was not designed for us. It was not designed for us. Whether in Makerere, Dar es Salaam, or Nairobi, we simply took over a system designed by others for us. And so, what we have in East Africa and in Africa is a product not fit for purpose for our development. And I'm speaking as a teacher who has taught in Uganda, in Kenya, and even in UK. And I compare those systems. When you look at what we get from the universities, with education, even books, are retained by Westerners for their systems. We have not made an effort to write our own that address issues that are developmental. We take on issues that are given to us by others. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at what happened in Eastern Asia, the so-called Asian tigers, after independence, they reformed their system, education. That was the first issue they did. They reformed their system of education from colonial to that addressed their development stage. In our case, we simply went with what we got, and where we are, of course, we attest to what we have done. And by the independence, these countries were far behind Africa. In fact, if I single out Kenya, Kenya was more richer than Malaysia or these countries. Of course, the rest is history. I don't have to go into what happened to our economies. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, what I think we need to do is, when we talk of harmonization, what are we harmonizing? What are we harmonizing? I think we need to begin by reforming the system from the root to the top. We reform it. In the process of reforming, we should harmonize it. We should harmonize it. Because otherwise, if harmonize what we think is not a product fit for purpose, we are making another mistake. We are making another mistake. So, Mr. Speaker, and as I said, I'm talking as a teacher who has seen these, who has gone also through the same system, read and pass, by the way, but I'm passing for others, not for my country or for my continent. Let me give you a simple example, members. The little I have done in Rwanda, not so much, has been from homegrown solutions. Went back to the drawing board, choose a homegrown solution to our problems. We do not go to the textbooks, we cannot get them there. And those homegrown solutions have given us an impetus in a development in Rwanda. We do not refer to the textbooks from Harvard or from wherever, no. We refer back to ourselves. And I think at this point in time, we need to refer back to ourselves. What can we do better? What do we need to have in our education system? As compared to what we need to import from other systems. Importing can never help us. We can only make a difference if we make it a homegrown education system. I submit from the chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Indeed, as a teacher, that is a very, very important remarks. Honorable Makame, what did you want to say?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, got the chance to inform my sister, Honorable Susan Nakauchi, and recalling that this assembly resolved to urge the council to be submitting and furnishing the assembly with regular reports on implementations of the treaty, the protocols, projects, programs, assentments, implementation of council directives and summit directives. And that resolution was passed by this assembly, and the council noted approval that it is very important for us to be tracking the implementation of various ESC activities so that the ESC citizenry is informed, but also the technocrats who are assisting the honorable ministers be aware that they are supposed to be reporting regularly on implementations of various council decisions, summit decisions, because we see, Honorable Honorable Speaker, that these decisions, once they are made, there is a decision-making, tracking mechanism to track implementation of decisions made by the summit and the council, but it still remains wanting. And that is why we moved made that resolution. And it is very important for this house to be updated so that the council can move to the speed with the directives of the summit and its own directives, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Dr.
I was expecting that the Right Honorable Minister would at least respond to this so that we know that the council would be tabling these reports to the House. I beg to submit.
Thank you. I indeed remember you made that remark, and the minister took note of that. Right? The minister has made a general promise that he will take all matters that we have raised to the council, and definitely that is one of them. And I understand the predicament the minister is in, because The CTC is quiet. The Secretary General is not here yet. I know he will be coming, so so you have to carry the burden. But you should be having people around to really remind you about these decisions that were taken before you became council chair or even before you became a minister. I think that is how the front bench should be working. So that when we talk to them, we are not talking to strangers because they are not being assisted enough. But I think maybe let me reserve a few of my remarks until we conclude on this motion, and then I will say something. Honorable Mukuria.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and all the members for supporting the report. And indeed, before I could finish, maybe let me add to what Honorable Makame said, including some of the recommendations that we make here. We have ever gotten the promises that these recommendations will be discussed, but when you look at the agenda of the council, you will never see that as part of the agenda. Chair Council, probably you need to take this seriously. And if indeed needs be, even in our next plenary, Speaker, the commission could consider having an item on report from the council on the various recommendations for them to report to the House and prepare adequately, if need be. Thank you so much. I wish to respond to the few of the deliberations that members have put on. I want to begin with the first from Dr. Rugema on the declaration that was made in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Indeed, it was made on the 20th of May, 2016, not 2017 as per the report. And I thank you so much for guiding the committee. We as committee were able to deliberate this matter on behalf of the Assembly. And I want to say that in terms of the recommendation to be able to amend the title to read harmonization of higher education, yes, the title is inter-university. So universities are definitely a higher institution of learning. We could not go back. And we consider this matter that the lower education system is decentralized to our partner states. Our partner states had the ability to do decentralization in terms of the lower education, especially nursery school, primary and secondary. And also I want to report that in terms of the committee deliberation, they were able to look at what happens at the lower levels. And they were informed by the University Council of East Africa that for recent, there are 3 partner states in this region that have tried to overhaul their curriculum. That for recent, the Republic of Kenya has gone to CBC, they call competent-based curriculum, one step ahead forward from others. The same thing is happening with the Republic of Uganda. They have also harmonized, they have rebutted their curriculum, especially in secondary school, the lower. I hear this is up to senior 2, where they are now doing continuous assessment, not necessarily examinations. And this forms around 40% of your final grade in the Uganda Certificate of Education. Equally, is that Rwanda also did very well. For instance, that public schools are better than private schools. That indicates that our governments are doing its best for the education system to get reformed. But we cannot sleep and say this is enough. More has to be done and include the other 4 partner states in terms of harmonizing the curriculum and education system. Yes, the Inter-University Council of East Africa have started accrediting curriculum, which means any institution that requires to have any curriculum, it takes to them and they are able to say if it is okay or it's not okay. That is the information we received. And indeed, simply maybe I will say that the people heading that institution are people from the education sector. The executive secretary, I think, has been a minister for education in Burundi. And that shows the commitment and why that institution is doing very well. I also wish to take into consideration the amendments made by Honorable Mary and Honorable Warder on amendment of our recommendation number 4. I will expect you people to furnish me with the best words to use
so that I can be able to incorporate and accept those amendments. I also want to accept the 2 amendments from Honorable Engineer Munya that was passed through by Honorable Dr. Aden. The 2 shall be added. And then the other recommendations that entails for the provision of a roadmap for ISAIA to tell us when they will be able to harmonize. I think that's from Honorable Susan, as well as the operationalization of the transformation agenda as in the declaration of
diagnosis and show the picture of how the community stands based on the facts that we have gathered. And it helps everybody, including the Council of Ministers. So it's something we can consider in our future budgets. I understand the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Lake Victoria Basin Commission has been around waiting to hear the debate on the report on Lake Victoria and Lake Tanganyika, but she'll have to wait longer because I am sure it's a good idea to be in Kigali longer. So we hope when we debate this report, she will still be around. So honorable members, I thank you so much for the time.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Mnya.
Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of procedure. I want, if you can please clarify for the benefit of this House. Honorable Mukuria has used the Rule 11 for time extended till we exhausted this subject which was in front of us. But as far as I can see that the time up to 6:30, and now my watch is up 17:12. Still we have time. So can you please elaborate?
The program we passed in consideration of the other activities we are undertaking requires that we end at 5. You could be right. Maybe we didn't need to extend the time. We could have just adjourned, right? But you know why we ended the debate at 5 and not 6:30, right? You know that, huh? So it is harmless, but thank you for reminding us about it. So, honorable members, now what Engineer Mnya is talking about is the next activity. And tomorrow morning we start, the program for tomorrow starts in the morning. I ask the office of the clerk to circulate the program early enough so that no one misses out on knowing what the program entails and when we are supposed to be here at the assembly. I believe everyone has taken a COVID test. If there is anyone who was late to take it, arrangements can be made for that to be done. So I'm looking forward for a successful special sitting tomorrow. Let us be here in time because I know the principal that we invited is a punctual person. So we have to make sure that we are here in time as we will be advised by the office of the clerk when the program is circulated. But what I can confirm is that the program will start in the morning. So finally, the training, the sports training, thank you very much for a good turn up, but we can do better. I myself has not been attending and I will start attending. So certainly tomorrow we won't be able to do it because if we do, we may risk coming here late. Maybe we can do the evening session, but the morning session, we can skip it. This is what I can advise. So thank you. I wish you a nice evening and I adjourn the house until tomorrow at 9. The house is adjourned.